Hello, everybody, and welcome to Hyper Delivery 5, day 1 of the upper bracket. I will be your host for the entire event. My name is Bill, and I am, in fact, doing it. Joining me for our first two races on commentary are going to be Kenora and Blightning. How are you guys doing today?
Hello, that's me.
Hi,
I'm
I'm good.
tired and woke up far too early for this, but that should be the normal by now.
I was supposed to show up yesterday, but I missed my flight or something, and now I'm here, and we'll see how it goes.
You were just visiting Australia. It's fine. Just don't worry about it. Time zones are
Don't even
hard.
think
It makes
about it.
sense. Oh,
No questions asked. Getting ready for our first race today, we are going to have Evan Appleton, the Apple Man himself, racing against Big P. Evan, how are you doing this afternoon? You ready?
I am ready to go. Feeling good.
It's good to hear. And Evan, what is your lineup going to be here for this race?
I am going to be choosing Nemesis Sword, Achilles Spear, Beowulf Shield, Haribo, and Eris Rail.
Okay, and Big P, out of Evan's aspects, what were you looking to ban?
Well, I was looking at his lineup, and there's just so many killers in there, like Evan's just so good. I was thinking of banning Nem Sword. Just gotta protect myself from that one, and maybe Achilles Spear as well.
Okay, so with Nem and Achilles out, Evan, what order would you like to run your aspects in?
I'm going to do Hera, Beo, Eris.
Hera, Beo, Eris. All right. And Big P, how are you today, buddy? You excited?
Yeah, I'm doing good, man. I'm happy to be here. Excited to race. Yeah.
Always good times to be had racing, right?
Yeah, dog.
All right, and Big P, what are you bringing to the table today?
I'm bringing the same weapons. I got Nem Sword, I got Achilles, Beowulf, Hera, Eris.
And Evan, your bands?
Well, the fun thing about being number one seed and already far exceeding your own expectations is you get to do stupid things. So I am going to ban Nem Sword and Haribo because we both want to go a real fast.
All right, so with Nem and Hera out of the picture, what order would you like to run your remaining aspects, Big P?
I'm probably gonna run Achilles, Eris, and then Beowulf.
Okay. Right on. If we could get both racers to the pact, check your mirrors real quick, make sure we're set up correctly.
Can I also just say, can we make Hyper Delivery 6 just only fists? It's just a race of FOWOs.
It's just a FOWO race.
It's a FOWO party. Well, it seems like
gosh.
production didn't like the FOWO suggestion. Evan, are you
HD6,
ready?
pause up.
I am ready.
I'm gonna get muted.
And Big P, are you ready?
Oh yeah, I'm ready.
Kenora, are you ready with the text countdown?
I'm gonna def him now.
Absolutely.
All right.
Be on the other side, Big P.
See ya, boss.
Okay, we are going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
And they are, as they say, quite off to the...
There
there we
go.
Now they're off. Now they're off.
Eventually got off.
Well, what?
I
Anyway.
Look, I didn't think about what I said, but we're fine. So we have Hera with flurry shot start for Evan, and Big P with the classic flurry jab on Achilles.
Flurry
Evan
jabs.
choosing to take a flurry instead of triple, which has been a somewhat contentious topic among Hera players.
I know Evan
Yeah,
is
typically-
still definitely a firm believer in flurry start Hera, and I applaud him for that.
I'm still myself quite torn. I switch between the two constantly, and I can't quite pick one that I like consistently the most. I like Flurry Shot if I can get my cast first. If it's first room, I hate Flurry Shot first.
Yeah,
Anyway,
Yeah.
Chamber 1 Flurry Shot is kind of a pain, but I find that Flurry Shot tends to make a lot of like Tartarus breakpoints a lot easier, which I've found to be big. Though
Mhm.
most of my Hera play recently has been like IGT, in which case it's a slightly different matter. And
We've got
triple is
Evan-
just very consistently good.
Evan rolled through a chaos, didn't find a cast boon, unfortunately.
we did see Evan get the natural Poseidon quite early, which if they can pick up the Sweet Nectar, also missing one of those bombers, unfortunately. If he can pick up the Sweet Nectar, Sweet Nectar Chamber
early
7
Sweet
is
Nectar.
going to be quite a big lead if he can get some palms into that cast.
On the
For
other
sure.
hand, Big P getting a natural Zeus attack, which is pretty big for Achilles. Your main builds either get attack with Zeus or Artemis, and I tend to prefer Zeus attack personally. Like having the scaling options of splitting bolt and jolted just feel better to me. But it's not one you really like forcing. So being able to just get it and then force jolted or maybe splitting bolt into Asphodel seems real good.
Yeah, definitely.
Hmm.
It's one of those things where if you don't find the natural Zeus, it's always the safe bet to go for Artemis. Big
And
P finds
is
their
he going to roll
second
for
Rolling
Jolted?
over Storm Lightning.
Rolls
I
past
don't
Storm
know that I
Lightning.
agree with that.
and gets punished for it too.
Zeus's age.
I imagine
too.
he was rolling for Jolted and didn't quite see it.
Yeah.
We do see Evan about to. He currently has a level 8 cast
8.
going into Chamber 12.
Sweet Nectar doing work.
Yeah, that's
Honestly,
Evan-
I think
yeah.
at that point I arguably he should
Probably
have put
start
that
pumping
palm
the
into his dash. Yeah. Like
Yeah.
level 3 dash over level 1 dash is big.
Absolutely. And I think Evan's kind of at that point now where obviously we want Mirage Shot, but he also won't be hurting too bad if he doesn't find it with the levels in his cast already.
I don't know that
We
I
do see
agree
Big P's
with
first Hermes not
Ooh,
getting lucky
really?
with the rolls there either. Yeah.
I think he should have rolled that again.
Yeah.
To be honest, I probably would have gotten greedy with the 30% attack speed, but I don't know that actually helps. I don't actually know how it works with Flurry Jab because Flurry Jab's real weird.
Yeah.
But
We
like,
always talk about whether we always talk about plus dashes or the combo of boons that I can't quite. Is there a name for the combo of Hermes boons that is like super important and
nah.
it's not important.
I've heard the
Yeah.
term rush sprint thrown around, but
yeah.
I'm not sure.
But because I know attack speed on Flurry Shot for Hera is seen to be quite good. Whereas
Yeah.
with Flurry Jab on Achilles, it's never really mentioned. Hell, like I think I see people more bring up special speed on Achilles than they ever do attack speed.
Yeah, I don't entirely know how that works. Like I feel like it should give you maybe an extra attack if you are like a bit awkward with your combo, but like if you're playing optimally, you're never really getting those extra standing attacks in anyways. Though it might work with how the flurry jab makes or adds in normal strikes to your dash attacks.
Do you see them in the same chamber, despite that bit of an early lead from Evan? Evan picking up the quick reload, not even deciding to roll for anything else. Not an
Quick
awful
reload
pick.
is like one
if
of
you can find
your main boons for Hera.
It definitely makes the learning fight feel a lot more comfortable. You can just kind of load away and then not have to worry about when those cast stones pop back out. Ooh.
The classic flurry shot.
Big
Yeeting
Eurydice
your
on chamber
casts
20 for Big P.
away.
You're picking
Did
up
Big P end up getting mid shop, or did that 20 Eurydice cancel it out?
I believe the
didn't
20
see
Eurydice
them
counted for
get
the mid shop.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There we go.
So we do see
There's
Evan starting to palm the dash, which is
Big
probably
P
the right
with
call
Epic
there.
Jolted. Huge damage. I didn't actually notice that Evan had forced Artemis here. Generally, at this point, most Hera players that are still like grinding the aspect tend to just force Demeter for Snowburst. And unless I have been unable to watch this gameplay properly, Evan doesn't have Snowburst. So is that just going to be a thing he goes for in Elysium with hoping Mirage manages?
I
Potentially,
imagine.
at the same time, yeah, with Flourish Shot, with Flourish Shot, I typically like to go Artemis first before Demeter, just because, like, with all those extra attacks, you might as well actually have them do some damage, right?
Maybe.
Could see the roll
Are we
down
gonna
for
see Evan
Mirage
roll?
here.
Nah.
Doesn't roll. I don't know that I agree with that choice. I think you can afford to spend your roll there. Like, you already got the Hermes boon you care about. You don't really care about second Hermes. And like you want to be able to use rolls for your like wells and chaos if you get any, but you have 4. You can definitely spend one there for a chance at better damage.
Yeah, I was expecting to see at least one there, but who knows? Maybe that one extra roll will be the difference maker later in the run. You never know until you get there, right?
Yeah.
Little known fact about the game, it's actually deep hidden in the code that if you still have rerolls going into Hades, nothing happens.
No way, really?
So we do see Big P managing to actually bring up that bit of a lead up on
Not
Evan.
sure what the pause was for, but interesting.
Yeah, GT brain.
Even there, like, he was timers paused. I'm not sure what happened. Might have been like a
Might be
controller
controller
thing.
issues.
Yeah, like I know he's
Yeah.
mentioned that in the past. That's really unfortunate, but forcing Aphrodite here for Smoldering Air, which is interesting. Evan,
Nice
meanwhile,
early chaos,
taking
too.
Poseidon. Guess Evan does not believe in the Snowburst
So-
dream.
So he does seem to actually want Mirage Shot, which then makes that lack of rolls on. Maybe he meant to roll, and there was
Might have-
And just
a
misclicked.
an input.
I
He
don't
took the
Doesn't
think
roll
bottom
that
room.
Hermes either.
Because he like specifically looked at the reroll and then inputted up for Razor Shoals, is what I remember. But I don't know.
A Razor Shoals
Interesting nonetheless.
can be
Yeah.
a decent way to clean up some of the enemies in Elysium when you don't have Snowburst. You know, just kind of bonking into the eyeballs and letting them kill themselves with Razor Shoals is an option. Picking up triple
For
shot as a
sure.
second hammer feels good.
Triple Flurry
Yeah.
is very good. Yeah. Huge bossing buff. I will say, like, I do really like Razor Shoals as a boon, like, especially for that sort of cleanup, but I don't think I would have taken it there unless maybe if it was epic. But common Razor Shoals there when you have Mirage open and plenty of rerolls seems like a misplay.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe Evan isn't aware of how many rerolls they have because they declined to reroll that Poseidon earlier. They land the
just get
Mirage
here
shot
anyway, I guess.
naturally.
Yeah.
But then they also declined to roll their second Hermes and accepted +1 dash over rolling at the one time for greater recall. So maybe he thinks he's a little bit tighter on rolls than he is.
So I believe we're actually did we
They're an on chamber.
did Big P just come out of a shop?
I think so. I don't entirely know. He might have actually. It might have been that the chaos messed up with his mid shop.
Yeah, I think
this is
if I'm
31
told
Asterius,
that
so I don't
correctly-
think he can get it.
If he hasn't gotten a shop already, he is
He's not
unable
getting
to
mid
get his
shop
shop.
after this point.
Let's pick up
Big
double
P-
strike for that Zeus call.
Yeah, which does open up Splitting Bolt and is still just great damage without it. I will say I'm interested in Big P's choice of Crush Shot over Heartbreak Flourish for the Aphrodite core boon, presumably to get Smoldering Air.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I find Crush Shot a bit too awkward to use, even with Achilles. Like, it just feels harder to weave in for me, and maybe that's just an inexperienced thing, and he's got enough practice with it that's fine.
I also
Chad is saying that he's
Chad is
got
saying
29 shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
29
Yeah,
shot.
cool.
Okay.
I do kind of like my cast having at a man of a range, even on Achilles, being able to just like as you're zooming in, cast ahead of time to be
Yeah,
able to
for
get
sure.
the boiling blood buff is quite
Mhm.
nice. Having the limitation of crush shot kind of sucks, but
Yeah.
Yeah,
Crush Shot's
it
one of
matters a
those
bit less
casts-
in Elysium because at this point your cast isn't like if you haven't specifically gotten one of the big casts, you're not really using your cast as part of your damage rotation. But it does definitely feel awkward. So now we have Evan entering
Evan
Heroes
bringing up
while Big P is still cleaning up 34 or just got there. They were like pretty synced up to that, but Evan had a much nicer 34.
Ooh,
Evan
on
just got
grouping.
one
That's a
of those
very-
beautiful Aphrodite casts that just refuses to lodge and melted
to see it.
Asterius.
that was quite beautiful. Just completely stood still for like the first like 80% of that fight, not even needing to move. And here we have Big P just kind of mopping them up with Jolted and Zeus
And
Ball with
Zeus's
double
aid.
strike. Yeah,
Evan gets an extra meg there as
Like,
well, which is really big.
People
on
ask how
guaranteed
Achilles gets
resacks.
boss damage, and like this ain't quite there. Like you still want like a splitting bolt, maybe one of those rush sprints, or like the Hermes
Ooh.
for Big P haven't been great from what I remember. But this is still pretty solid.
Yeah. Yeah, so as Bill was also just
yeah,
saying,
no, that looks like it's a controller thing given the mouse input. That's not great.
Evan picking up the extra summon, especially useful in this current mod pack, as we do see a forced 3-sack, which usually I'd imagine in most cases people would take the 2 mini boss rooms first. I could see a world where maybe someone desperately needs ME or something if we actually ever get to see fists, but I doubt that.
I don't know if we're going to see fists in the first place for it to matter. And even then, I think you just, at that point, you have already given up in ways.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Questions for later. So not really much to say other than these lads burning their way through Styx tunnels.
Yep.
Do we have any promotional stuff going on there, Bill?
Do we have any promotional stuff? Hyper Delivery 5's this weekend. That's about all of the promotional stuff that I have been given.
Good. I wasn't aware.
I'm really glad that you told me. I wouldn't want to miss the event.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad I could fill you guys
I'm
in.
supposed to be there for commentary or something. I don't know. It probably doesn't matter.
Nah, we're just vibing.
Interesting that Evan picked the Aphrodite versus the pomegranate. I wonder what else. Maybe Heartrend.
Oh no, Chad is suggesting trivia time.
Ooh, tempting. But we do see Evan maintaining that bit of a lead, picking up
Dying Lament is an interesting choice.
So
yeah,
I don't has Evan used a single roll this.
I don't believe so.
I think so.
Considering he's still at 4, and I don't believe I saw him get a key.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe that was part of the plan all along. It was just to never roll ever.
I mean, to be fair, it's gone all right. Like he's gotten most of what he wants. But yeah, some questionable lack of rolling there. Meanwhile, Big P is finishing.
It is ultimately a time save. It may be a negligible time save, but a time save nonetheless.
I'd say getting Mirage before loading was also a time save, but
probably.
Oh yeah, Big P not quite being able to find find the.
Oh, Evan almost lost a cast to the lake. Was able to barely get there.
Adjacent.
lat Jason.
So we're
Yeah,
really
this
able to
is
see
a
the
sizable
large
lead.
differences in boss damage. Evan with
Especially
Hera will
with-
be able to mop up Hades. Whereas
Yeah.
Big P, yeah, gets that darkness.
Gonna take some time. I will say Evan's use of the crush shot, like non-lodging tech, is very strong there. Where if
Mhm.
you end up using crush shot next to with an enemy that's like next to a wall or aimed at the wall, it's going to hit them but without lodging, which is it just increases your DPS by a ton, even when you already have quick reload.
Yeah, definitely. Evan's gonna run Passion
Evan
Flare
going
Bayo here.
Passion Flare. Yeah.
I actually agree with that choice. Because like the passion and flood debate is a long running one, but I think like in a world where you're not really guaranteed to you're not able to reset for an early mirage, you want the early base damage that passion flare provides, because it's still not good without it, but you have a bit more you're working with, whereas Flood Flare's base damage is abysmal. And like it still
That is
can
true.
scale relatively well, but Passion Flare doesn't need quite as much to be reasonable in a race setting.
I guess. Ooh, and does pick up the cast damage, chaos effect. I guess on the flip side of that, like, while Passion Flare has that safety of not. Obviously, everyone wants Mirage Shot, but it can do all right without it.
Yeah.
Bloodshot, I feel like still feels like a slightly safer option in things like races and marathons, just because getting that Mirage Shot is quite important on Beowulf. That securing that as best you can feels like the play in a safer environment where you can't reset. But I guess we will
I know,
also,
it's like
because I believe
it's
also Big P. I believe Big P is still on the uh Flood Flare Bear group, I believe. So it'll be interesting to see the
I
comparisons.
assume Big P's gonna be on Flood Flare. I would be very entertained by Big P going for the Dio Bayo route that he has championed in IGT,
Oh,
but
Lord.
I don't expect it.
I almost expected, actually, now that you bring that up.
I mean, it would not surprise me the most, but I have a feeling he won't be that gutsy.
Ooh, Evan may be able to pick up the
Great.
braid, just kind of ensuring that the rest of his
I
harness is just going to go fine.
I also feel like he probably should have just bought that Fateful Twist, because like he has so much cash right now. Like, why not?
And the gift Boldy. Love to see it.
Big P with the early Poseidon, but settling for Floodshot after a reroll because not being able to
Yeah.
see title dash really hurts.
I think
but
Floodshot's an
often
acceptable
Bears or
cope.
Snow.
May not be
Yeah.
the cope we want, but at least we can say Sea Storm?
Yeah, that is
One way to
a
find
hope.
out. I can see the instinctual going to palm your Poseidon boon, your Poseidon core boon on Eris, and then realizing, oh wait, no, that is the cast and not in fact the dash. Which I
Realizing
think would
that your
actually
blue
still
boon
be
is
fine.
not there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
both of them getting Sisyphus, although only one of them actually gifting Baldy. So I think there's a reason why one of them is in the lead and the other one is not.
think we know who our real winner is here.
Yeah.
You must always respect your boulder.
And I mean, that was Sea
There we
Storm,
go.
but gets an epic title dash instead, because I guess you get to force it here. I don't know.
Yeah, I do believe that
It does
was the
definitely
correct.
help with Fury's fight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Maybe in a world where Big P already had Jolted or something, where Sea Storm, like, you I don't know. I would have felt comfortable taking it there and then forcing the dash instead, but definitely makes sense to do it like that.
I believe this way, rolling for the dash does allow him to instead force Artemis going into Asphodel for his rocket bomb special, which just kind
that's
of does
actually
even out that build a
fair.
little bit.
Yeah, we'll see what happens there.
Yeah,
Which is exactly
take the
what
RD force.
it exactly seems to be what he does. Yeah. So yeah, Ghost is saying in chat that Evan had a 313 Tartarus, which
Dang.
like Big P got a Fountain and Sisyphus, and it was not
Yeah,
enough
no.
in order to close that gap. Evan had
Well,
equally as disgusting.
Also,
event.
Big P is on the auto
Evan
splitter
passing
and
up
never
on
noticed that it didn't
Eurydice.
spill it after stick. So we can't quite see that, can we?
Oh yeah, I guess we can't. We'll have to do that manually. Ooh, passing up.
Passing epic special speed? Come on.
Yeah.
It's multiplicative damage. Like, you get clock hits, and it's so much. That
Also had a 313
wow.
Tart. That's
okay.
We got
Impressive.
some gamers here.
Yeah. Damn.
almost like both of these weapons, either currently or in the past, have held the any heat world record, and are in fact very good weapons to see.
Oh god, I just realized that Eris is only the third highest weapon on the any heat boards now.
Huh?
That's weird. 532, huh?
So we did actually see Evan earlier having his Eurydice offered up against the mid shop, which does mean that his chambers 21 and 22 do seem to actually have to involve combats. So we'll see if Big P is able to actually catch up with any amount of free rooms there. Does have a 21 chaos, so there's a very large potential, unless if both of those were mini bosses, he might have missed his
He
mini boss.
missed mini boss.
Yeah. Oh no!
And
Oh,
Okay,
he gets a
now-
22 mini boss.
Oh.
Never mind.
the famed 22 mini boss.
I thought he had already seen
Also-
one of his offerings.
Evan managed to get a Poseidon Duo boon, but it was not quite the one you're looking for here. It's not. Sweet Nectar hasn't yet been banned in DragonSquad esports chat, so
Well, let's see if
really
we can do
everyone
it.
loses.
If anyone can get a Poseidon Duo burn banned, I 100% believe it would be Blight. Would not be the first time.
It would not, in fact, be.
We see Evan cleaning up Lenny, although without Mirage Shot, it does make some of those smaller heads slightly more annoying.
Yeah, having to use a full cast volley for each head, and with Passion Flare's smaller AoE, it's definitely kind of an awkward cleanup.
Oh,
Big
the
P
blue
taking a
head.
Net Defiance already, paying the Lerny tax, as you do.
I will say, it does seem like Big P is catching up a little bit. Having that sort of more of a full build online going into learning does seem to be doing wonders for him in terms of time. Exactly what time that is could be anyone's guess, because we are currently still working our way out of sticks. I believe I know he's spent like a good 12 minutes currently in Weapon 1 sticks, but I believe that Big P can get there.
Yeah, this is the longest 3-sack I have seen yet. It's not quite the famed 6-sack, but we might get there. Who knows? Still a lot of races ahead of us.
12-sack. So we do see. Ooh,
Pulse
interesting
Blow
picking
over
up
Ferocious Guard.
Overriding?
Yeah.
I don't agree with that. Like, Ferocious Guard definitely
No.
doesn't do as much with Charge Shot, but Pulse Blow is just, like, not what you want. Ever, really.
It just doesn't do
Because
anything on Beowulf. You never have
and
standing
it makes
attack.
it makes your standing attack take longer, too, which I found has led to awkward situations where you want to be dash attacking, and then it just doesn't let you.
So we do have our favorite Gersi in chat saying Evan had a 24-8 Asphodel exit time, whereas Big P having 24-24. So Big P's
Definitely
still
some
got a
good
bit of catch up to make.
Time made up.
But he considering he was, I believe, 3 or 4 chambers behind in Tartarus. Does seem to be making up a little bit of time.
Oh, not being able to buy that Zeus
Talking to
boon kind
Karen.
of hurts, especially since I don't
Yeah.
think he has jolted yet.
Not on this weapon. No, don't believe so.
Yeah, that is a lack of Zeus status effect on that chariot.
There's the Mirage shot for Evan.
Ooh.
Forcing the Poseidon instead of maybe taking Hourglass. I can see the reasoning behind it. Does he have
I
a
think-
fourth god in his pool?
I don't know, but like I think given
Yeah.
you still really need Mirage, I agree
Yeah.
with the take.
And
Like
moving into
maybe
a
I would have
32
checked
patty.
the well first, and like if there's multiple items I want there, then I maybe still take Hourglass, but there was nothing in there, and Poseidon's Force is still just good, especially since you got the other duo out of the way.
Yeah. For sure. Does seem Big P. Not going for the Chamber 31 rare crop. Unfortunate.
It's a shame. I guess we'll have to ban him from
Have
future
we
hyper delivery.
Not taking rare crop, not gifting Baldy. Like, who allowed Big P in here? I mean, honestly.
Yeah.
Like,
Does this guy know anything about sportsmanship? Really?
What is up with Evan's lack of rolling today?
yeah.
Evan has
rolling's
3
an RTA time
rolls
loss.
and
Like,
accepted
get
a
the boons you
common
want.
Typhoon's Fury there.
Big
He
P
still doesn't
getting
have
the Chamber
Breaking
33
Wave, does he?
patty.
No.
No.
I mean, I guess with Beowulf, you don't actually need Breaking Wave as much as like Big P wants it for Eris, but you know, it's
Mm.
still good with
it's-
Title Dash.
Yeah, it's still definitely something you want to see for those Styx chambers. It helps out.
Yeah.
So we do see Big P going into his second hammer here. Does he pick
Really?
up the
Delta!
Does pick up Delta, which is
Oh.
not awful.
Is that
It's
a
not- it's
medic
no
chamber we
pockets.
see?
Ooh, picking up, I think a little bit too much healing there. Not being able to afford the boon. Considering he's still missing that jolted, I would have bought the boon first and then one of the healing. Personally.
Yeah. Not a great spot to be in right now. And
I'm just seeing in chat that medic arrived pretty much the moment Delta Chamber was
perfect
taken.
timing. The medic,
Medic
has
was
classic
summoned by his
Delta
hammer.
chamber.
You just see Evan just kind of cleaning up through
Just
6
doing
again.
Beowulf things.
Yeah, not really needed anything else. Like, if he sees a well, he's probably gonna have a look in. What did he take? He took Dad Call.
I think you take Acorn there, but I just personally don't.
I don't like Dad Call or
Call.
Beowulf. It interacts with like the charging up and the Dragon Rush. It's a little bit too awkwardly, and like you can make it
Yeah.
work, but at the same time, with Mirage Shot and decent levels in your cast, Beowulf kind of does enough damage to hit breakpoints.
Yeah. Do you
A lot
need
of the
it
time.
really?
Yeah, and having that Acorn to like kind of just allow
Let
you to
you-
properly charge and not get interrupted, can be pretty.
Yeah. It just lets
impactful
you
too.
ruin Dad.
Mm.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's merit to both. It's just comes to more to personal preference, I suppose. Big P able to pick up
Mhm.
Breaking Wave in his first tunnel, which will make the last
Next
two.
two.
I
Yeah.
would say the next two are a little bit better if he dashed against any of those rats.
I mean, to
But-
be
but
fair,
he's-
against the rats, there's not much dashing would change. They still take forever.
Yeah.
Jonas, come on, you're not showing up till later.
I'm not saying Dad Call's bad. Just on Beowulf specifically, I would much rather Akon myself.
Dead call's good, but also situational.
Yeah.
Also, Big P has 8 100 gold right now. That side hustle doing work, and he went for more.
Did he go into the gold?
I mean,
is he
it's
gonna
not
do
a
the
menu.
flex and buy the diamond?
I
Yeah.
don't think he quite will have enough, but we shall see.
Meta reward flex,
I mean, the
is
diamond's
that the
only
next
1,000.
level of race flexing?
I mean, it's less cool of a flex when you're behind, but I don't think either of them are watching the race while doing it. So who knows?
Oh, they're doing it.
Okay, there
He
it is.
absolutely
There it
went for the
is.
meta reward flex.
Absolutely went for the diamond.
Ignoring the Hermes boon that was in the
Oh
shop
boy.
for that diamond.
Well, let's be honest. If any of
That
us are
almost
Big
makes
P
up
here,
for the mistakes earlier.
not knowing where Evan stands in the race, you've got to be feeling
Beautiful.
pretty good right now as Big P. They've got the full build on Achilles relatively quickly. They got the full build on Eris to include Clockets. So I imagine Big P is probably feeling it right now.
We will
Big
see.
P does have Beowulf next, which there's a lot of time to make up here because they are a ways off. But you get an early enough Mirage and things go well.
Yeah, Beowulf is
We've
definitely
also
a weapon
yet
that
to
can close
see
the
a
gap.
rush sprint in this race.
Yeah, Hermes have kind of just been generally awful.
I didn't know the balance
from the
mod
greater
included
Asians to the
ruining Hermes.
Yeah. I guess we only have a certain. Oh, Soft Pine Flooring presents Timber's security deposit. We finally managed to see it. I believe from
You'll
what I've
love to see it.
I know it was brought up in the first showcase match. I don't believe we've seen the soft pine flooring show up popped up yesterday once. Cool, excellent, love to see it.
You really
I
do.
will say
So
that
surprisingly.
banner caused me to reset a bunch of runs during qualifiers because I saw it flash by and I didn't catch what it said, and then I had to reset until it came back up again.
Also, Big
Amazing.
P with the rebinding for Beowulf.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm someone who
Understandable.
having
Oh,
some
no.
controller issues again.
Yeah, that's been on and off and not ideal.
Yeah.
Oh, not the skelly look. Not the statue look.
No, didn't seem to actually interact with the Skelly, thankfully.
It looked like it was an interaction. I couldn't tell.
From experience quite recently, that takes
interaction
a lot
takes a
longer
really long time.
Yeah. It did look like the voice
Ooh.
line played for it, but that might have just been me.
Evan skips over the natural Artemis there
Yeah.
to take a Chaos Gate.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still a free room. Big P is on Flood Flare Gaming, as we guessed earlier.
Was I able to see what
Oh, there's
mini-boss
the
this was
Artemis,
for
never
Evan?
punished.
Cool.
Just always get it. The Shiitake classic.
And Evan managing to pick up that natural Poseidon and then not. I would. Yeah, neither runner seeing their dash on the first roll of Eris. It is kind of unfortunate, but maybe we'll see a Big P special and Evan just getting another Poseidon and managing to get it that way.
I think
Evan
too,
does
seeing
continue to have
hydraulic
rolling
might.
phobia.
Seeing hydraulic might there is still all right. I mean, it's not ideal. It's not what we're looking for, but all in all, seeing hydraulic might isn't bad.
Yeah, it's not the worst, and it does not open up Poseidon tier 2s, which makes dash hopefully more likely next.
Level 4 lightning
Evan
strike
also
for
seeing
Evan.
a blue boon on that Eris rail and almost going to palm it and then realizing that is not quite the dash.
Big P with interesting positioning for that sneak.
It
I'm
feels
not
like that
entirely
was
sure
a
if there's
bit of a
something
gamble. but it worked out.
Being in the corner in there is not something I've seen before.
I believe that's I believe that's what 185 does, especially what Tonus is saying in chat. I don't quite know the setup myself, but it does seem to be quite consistent from what I'm reading in chat.
Neat.
Evan not
That's good
looking
to know.
at the braid and then not actually taking. Oh, it is Eris. I'm still thinking
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's 20 gold. It's free damage. I still think you can buy that usually, especially with 369.
Yeah, but then he would have ruined
nice.
a wonderful 369 gold.
Yeah.
Production didn't seem to like that one. I play far too much Beowulf and Hera consecutively that every time I go to play Eris, I end up just looking in wells anyway.
And that's no Mirage. That hurts.
Yeah. Does get the natural hyper sprint, which is
a start.
part of that which is a start. We might see it as a treat. Big P does also have a full god pool, managing to pick up Dionysus and Ares along the way as well with that natural Artemis. So having the full god pool, unfortunate to not see the Demeter for Snowburst.
Evan gets plus 3 dashes.
Evan.
You love to see it.
Yeah.
Evan just having
that level 5 lightning strike. And the dash right after the palm.
Splash dash.
You do hate to see buying the boon you wanted palmed after the palm. That didn't really matter, but we still take getting that splash dash.
At the very least, it is going to open up Breaking Wave for him on this Poseidon. And opts to go for Epic Shoals
also
instead.
solid.
Yeah.
Definitely a solid
I agree with it.
It doesn't know a bad pick, considering the amount of rolls and already having plus 3 dashes. I probably
would have rolled that one as well. But then again, you can't get punished if you don't roll past the boon in the first place.
Speaking of getting punished, Big P did not get what you want.
It is unfortunate. There are still plenty of reasons to go on today where we might have the chance. Or Eris, Evan, sorry, not Eris, not the embodiment of the Eris weapon itself, but managing to pick up that Eris.
Not the goddess of Discord.
I'm gonna.
I
would say I'm gonna stop talking, but that's kind of my job here today.
Yeah, you kind of signed up for that one.
Yeah. Just like Hades, there is no escape, Kenora.
Dun, 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 dun.
Beautiful. 10 out of 10.
Will we see a Mirage shot out of Big P? There we go.
Wait, he
had a 21 fountain.
I will say I'm disappointed in not taking the Hunter's Flare replacement. Clearly the superior cast, but Mirage Shot's alright as well.
I mean, Christ, if Icy Flare can sub 7, then any of them can sub 7. I've given up with Beowulf at this point. Shot Shot's too good.
Yeah, Short Shot really is the best boon in the game.
Ooh. Gorgon Head just being a pain to Big P. There's a lot of them. Whew.
Big pain indeed. Yeah, that didn't deserve a response. So we have Evan entering. Evan's entering Elysium while Big P's still at Lurney, which is not a place you want to be at here.
Unless we see the worst Elysium from Evan, and maybe like a Croven Elysium from Big P.
This one's gonna need to be like a 115 Elysium IGT.
Both runners
I don't know.
having Delta Rocket Bomb though. Neither of them are able to find the cluster bomb.
We'll see if Evan gets the opportunity to gamble on an anvil. I don't think you take it, but I want to see it anyways.
I mean, he's gifted Baldy. It might well just go away.
do it for the
Maybe.
entertainment, right?
Yeah.
We're here to
There's
put
one
on
thing
a
I
show.
learned from races: you take the rare crop, and you take the anvils, and even if you lose against Dunk, you still win the moral victory. It's great. Big P picking up the
Very specific lesson, but fair.
very, very specific lessons. wrong tournament, wrong tournament, but very, very important lesson to learn. Big P going for the
Big P
gold with the
taking-
hammer.
I don't like that. I don't know. Like
Yeah.
second hammer doesn't matter
Like-
much, but also sudden rush exists, and like you
Sudden rush
don't
and first
super
start
need the
exists.
gold.
And, yeah.
That and I
Yeah.
think something that we don't think about enough too. Elysium will jam second hammer down your throat. So I
yeah.
pretty much always take second hammer the
There it
first
is
time
again.
it's offered, just so I don't have to keep seeing it later.
Yeah, not having to look at it multiple times and have it take up potential other options is big.
Exactly.
Interesting that Evan bought the Flame Wheels release there. I don't entirely know how the enemy spawn RNG stuff works, especially with the New Balance mod for this event, but generally Flame Wheels, especially armored Flame Wheels, tend to be what you want to see in rooms. Unarmored Flame Wheels less so. I don't know.
Yeah, it could. I mentioned taking that in a typical racing environment probably wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but with almost the guarantee, like essentially the guarantee of armored enemies in the later Elysium chambers, like you're seeing now, I believe Flame Wells probably would have been fine.
Yeah.
It could also just be a safety decision.
Yeah.
You do end up taking a lot
yeah.
of chip damage in flame wheel rooms with Eris, so he might just be trying to preserve his health.
That's fair.
So we're saying Big P did have the bit of Asphodel, but there's still about a minute 20 difference. And
Yeah, they're
unless
3
we
chambers
see, like-
apart right now.
yeah,
So Big P
unless
kind of
we see,
needs like 3 free in a row, which I don't know is possible.
We could
shop,
see
shop Patty Fountain could
Already had shop, I think.
already had shop,
already
yeah.
had shop, right? I'm just not seeing Big P shops today. Apparently, I'm weirdly blind to them. Still potential after this Asterius, but as Evan cleaning up heroes, I do believe that is probably.
And there's still potential here.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's never
Big
too
P's-
early, or never
Big
too
P-
never too early to call it.
No,
No, never
Big P
too
definitely,
late. I can't words, but there's a chance, but not much of one.
yeah, definitely needs to see some free rooms, and we all know how much boss damage that Bayo can put out. So I mean, it could just be a matter of Evan having a bad dad fight. 'Cause we all have those where suddenly dad is just better than us.
Yeah.
So it's never
Those
out
times
of
when
the
we go back
question.
to our first time playing through the game.
So we are being told Big P finally getting that second hammer and getting the 34 patty as a reward. Will help. We all find in chat that Evan had a 4-minute and 20-second Elysium.
Nice.
Oh, we do see Big P also currently in Elysium on weapon 2, which is close.
I mean, he made it out of weapon 1, which is nice.
And
The 32
Yeah.
minutes is a bit
Second
below
wave,
where
take
you
it,
wanna
Evan.
be.
Second wave
I-
for Evan.
I mean,
It's a
I-
boon.
that's a way
Orange
to throw
boon
for
good.
content, but I'm not sure if you want to.
Orange
Well,
boon
actually,
good.
taking it in 6
In
actually
stick,
isn't
it's
the worst
actually
thing.
fine. It's
Yeah,
fine, especially with already having breaking wave.
it's good. I don't want to say it's good. It's not
Too
the
bad we have to
worst
clip for eternity.
in bugger. And it does, from memory, I was being told something recently. It actually does help with the dad pad a little bit. It does help push Hades just a little bit more into the walls, which would activate breaking wave, despite the reduced knockback that bosses take.
Hmm.
So it has its uses.
Yeah.
But I would still never take it.
Mm-hmm.
So you see Big P, I guess having the dire call kind of means that there's only really one option left in taking that acorn. Does get the bother, which is nice to see. Doesn't manage to break through the armor with a volley, which is
Yeah, this damage
unfortunate.
isn't quite what you want to be at. Also, I will say he bought a palm in Elysium End Shop at like 470 gold, which I think was incorrect. One, because like you don't super need the shopping, and two, because that means you're not gonna be able to just buy Hermes immediately for potential rush delivery, which would have
Yeah.
definitely helped a bit to make up some of this difference. It's still a bit too late to matter as Evan enters dad.
Yeah.
Yep, this dad fight is more of a formality than anything at this point.
I mean, when
Plenty
you're
of
only
health.
partway
I mean,
through,
canonically, it's mostly a
you're-
formality. Yeah.
when you're only in sticks on your weapon 2 in 46 minutes in on a 3 weapons, it is a bit unfortunate to see that
Yeah.
Big P just missing out by what, another 20 minutes, give or take.
It is
for
it
another
is good
weapon.
to see these newer runners come in and show up, but I'm not entirely sure how he qualified with this kind of time.
We love Big P.
Big P is in fact
Managing to
not
get-
listening. This is why we say some of these
Well,
things. Love you too, bud.
Be listening in post. Evan taking some hits. Likely not. Yeah, no.
It's not gonna matter.
That's a dead dad. Yeah. Isn't splitting.
Refuses to
might
split.
be
But
on
we're gonna
manual
call that a
split. Might also
47-30
be-
something.
It was a 4730 by my account.
47-30.
Yeah, auto splitter is weird right now.
Yes, I saw.
Oh, it's a 4728. Never mind, we're all liars.
All right, we've got Big P just finishing up their dad fight. Couple more phases here in the first portion.
GG's. Definitely GG's to both runners. What we... Oh! I
think everyone who's played Beowulf
if
enough
he-
has recognized
Yeah.
that experience.
It both looks like just like bored and or excitedly waiting to shoot.
Dad, I just want to shoot you,
to shoot your
please.
cuss at dad. Yeah,
Yeah.
I realized the phrasing the moment I started saying it. But considering the
Yeah, it's
controller
like-
issues we saw, my thought entered my brain that it wasn't intentional.
And there
GG.
we
And
go.
will we see Big P
48-42 for
smash
Big
that
P.
Big P might get to exit sticks on weapon 2 here. Weird that Hades managed to show up there. I'm not sure what exactly happened to that mod pack Seagull gave Big P, but stuff happened.
What happened?
We're joking
Oh,
about
just
your
your-
splits because auto splitter's
Your
broken.
splits.
Oh yeah, yeah. My weapon 1 was just a journey.
Yeah.
It's an entire-
Yeah,
It was fun to
237
watch.
weapon 1.
I was finding myself in that one. It's real good.
GG's to both. I guess how do each of you feel? Starting with Big P, how do you feel about those runs?
Yo, my controller did not like me today. Like multiple
Yeah.
times. And you can tell like when
Yeah.
I'm in like the keepsake selection, I'll go up and then it'll go back down automatically, and that's a sign that we're not in agreement today. So like the third time it happened, I was like, I'm just gonna use my mouse while like my controller reconnects. Because usually I play IGT, right? So I just like wait for it to reconnect. But I was like, this is not good. This is suspicious.
Yeah, it did look unfortunate. Noticing that there. Evan, how about your runs? It did notice that on weapon 1. Do you know what Fated Authority dice are? I just need to.
What Fated
To clarify.
Authority dice are? You mean like? Oh, you want me to roll
Rerolls,
more?
Evan.
You ended up with like 4
Four.
rerolls on your Hera
Yeah.
run. And
Yeah, there's a certain.
if you didn't know,
there's-
that's the
there's-
amount you start with.
Yes, there's a couple times where I was like, I should have rolled that, but I don't know. It went okay.
Is it persuasion? Damn it!
It's persuasion.
I got my dice mixed up. I don't look
Not
at
the
mirror.
Yeah,
dice.
it's
Yeah.
okay.
I wasn't gonna say anything because you were slamming me, but you know.
I know it's yourself for
maybe.
yourself anyways.
Absolutely.
But you know,
Give me as much shit when I'm talking shit as you can.
Yeah. So Hera was kind of lackluster. I don't think I played particularly well. Bea went a good bit better. And then Eris just didn't get much juice, but we got okay rooms.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah,
felt about my
both of you
runs,
managed
bro.
to. Both of
Sorry,
you
go on.
managed to start Rocket Bomb, obviously, and then both of you finding Delta Chamber as your second hammer was
Yeah.
just a little bit disappointing to see in Eris.
I found mine like
You know,
34 too.
pockets.
I did a few practice runs this morning, and I ran into triple bombs every single time. I was like, I'm not taking it. You can't make me.
Mm.
Yeah. No, triple rocket is like rough because the timing's so messed up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, ultimately, congratulations, Evan, for making it into the next round. Big P, did you have any shout-outs that you wanted to say before you went?
I stream on Twitch, Big P the Goat. I'm gonna be on vacation, but when we come back, we will be playing Hades, the video game, casually. So we're gonna find out what the plot is to the game. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be so good.
Oh,
I might have
Oh,
sold. I might have spoiled some stuff here. You might not want to rewatch the VOD.
This
It's
this
okay.
game has plot.
I've beaten the game so many times. I think that counts as spoiling for myself.
Incredible.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm gonna find out. I have to unlock everything. It's gonna be great.
Please tell me I got the right Twitch link.
Big P the Goat.
Yep. Okay. Cool.
Sure did.
Yeah.
Is there anything else we wanted to say before?
And well, I don't stream very often. The only thing I really stream is very, very, very occasionally this, and usually only for HD qualifier. So I'm going to plug twitch.tv/Big P the Goat. He's going on vacation for a while, but when he comes back, he's gonna learn the story of Hades.
That's true. Yeah, and I heard he's gonna be like discovering the plot for the first time as well. Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna learn about plot and iframes.
Wow, incredible.
Whoa!
Maybe even about boss phasing.
Incredible.
Well, GG's, guys. I think that's going to wrap us up for the first race of the day. We'll be coming back here in just a few minutes for our second race between Lapis and DRK. Stay tuned, guys. Welcome back to Hyper Delivery. Getting ready here to get into our second race of the day featuring Lapis and Dirk. Still joining me on commentary, we've got Blightning and Kenora.
Yo.
Yep, they haven't gotten rid of us yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, it takes time to fire us. It takes probably, I think, about a 3 weapons worth of time.
Yeah,
twice
we'll have just
in order to
enough for
fire
this next race.
Yeah, production's being very generous with not firing anybody this Hyper Delivery. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, we are going to have to vacate the hotel after this one, though. So we'll see how things go.
So our runners for
Go
this
on the
race
hotel.
have mutually agreed on a lineup. Lapis, if you would like to share the agreed upon lineup with us, please.
Yeah, I saw that. We have agreed we're going to be playing Achilles, Hera, and Eris.
Yeah, no IC player this time. Maybe next
No
time.
icy flare today.
Yeah.
There
All
was
right.
there was discussion about Icy Flare, and it was vehemently turned down.
Lapis, how are you feeling going into this one, buddy?
I'm feeling good. I'm chill. I'm in my zone. I'm vaccinated. I got a playlist recommended to me by Bright01. We're vibing. We're ready to go.
Hell yeah.
Mm.
The race playlist is key. Hey, Derek, how you feeling, buddy? You ready to go?
Yeah. I'm looking to break some records this time. Like I only got 1 DD last time, or like 1 Lapis Locker last time. I'm looking for 2. Maybe shoot for 3.
Whoa,
But,
stop
it's
trying to
not gonna
steal
happen
my
by
locker
zones.
record, man. That's my only record is most lockers in a Hyper Delivery. Please let me keep that.
It's gonna be a little competition, you know?
Oh no. All right, if
I
everybody
mean,
wants to
we're-
check their
we're gonna
mirrors,
go here with the. Never mind.
make sure everything's set up correct and head over to the pact when you're ready.
I'll be 2 seconds.
Take your time, buddy. No worries.
Okay, it's been 2 seconds. Get on it.
Stress.
We will give you exactly 3 seconds as a treat, and no more, no less.
Yeah, we're being generous today.
And you're starting
Looks like I help
on Hera Lapis?
Yeah, going Hera, then Achilles, then Eris.
Okay.
I'm going to mute and deafen. Good luck, Duck.
Yeah, usual. I'm doing Achilles, Hera, Eris if that's deleted.
Okay, yeah, we're all good on that front. So both of you guys are ready to go?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, Kenora, you still got me for the text countdown, right?
Absolutely.
All right, we're gonna start this race in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And we're off.
So we did actually get a bit of an auto splitter hotfix. Oh, Soft Pine Flooring presents Timber Security Deposit.
Oh, I didn't know.
Love to see
I didn't know Soft Pine Flooring was also working on the auto splitter. Interesting.
Yeah. Important things need to be shown.
Wait,
Lapis
okay, never mind.
has
Lapis
Poseidon
we're getting
started
keepsake on.
Poseidon keepsake.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who noticed. This is Hera.
Yeah.
Is this
So
some new Hera tech that we're seeing for the first time?
Yeah.
I don't
maybe
know
it's-
what is going on, but it'll be entertaining either way.
I feel kind of bad if our jokingly rushing of them actually caused them to make mistakes. That was I hope that everything we said was intended was
knowing
interpreted as a joke.
Lapis, this is probably intentional.
Well, maybe they're just looking to get a Mirage Shot before a cast because they
Yeah.
managed to find the natural Artemis.
Or maybe we're gonna see
then
some
they-
Floodshot gaming in here.
I
I
guess
hope
only
we
one way
don't.
to find out.
But we could.
What if this is the Hera Revolution? What if this is where we discover that Floodshot Hera is actually the answer?
Much to the chagrin of, I believe Vareem was the main champion of Floodshot Hera. It's not quite.
Well, here's our chance to see it. Let's see if they accept the flood shot or look for literally anything else.
Like, is this supposed to be title dash start?
Yeah, no,
All right,
okay.
there's the
they,
splash
That
dash.
yeah. What are they?
I mean, they can
Yeah,
land
okay, never
Mirage
mind.
on
This
default
might
cast.
have been accidental. Because I don't know what is going on here. And I don't know, maybe they're just galaxy branding us all, but I can't see any way this
Watch this. Mirage shot and Tart.
strategy pays off.
Right here. Mirage shot.
Okay,
They
there it
accepted
is.
the cast.
There it is. There it is. Never mind. I'm a
Oh, we
genius.
are flood shot
Oh, no.
gaming.
I do wonder if that flood shot's going to be sold mid biome.
This-
One way to find out, I suppose.
This
Nah, they
could
just
be
go for the replacement.
The medic marathon tech where you take the wrong cast and then just get offered
Mhm.
heroic replacement anyways.
I will be disappointed if there isn't a sea storm that appears later,
Oh, and
but
not
we'll see if that happens.
not buying the Prometheus stone on Hera. Maybe
What is
Lapis
what's
is
their
trying to
goal
do
count?
tech
That
where
could be the question.
309.
309. Okay.
Oh,
Say,
yeah,
maybe they're
no.
trying to conserve their.
It might have been
gold
for Hermes
to-
plus Boon, because that is definitely
Yeah.
possible there. Yeah.
Maybe Lapis is just trying some new tech where Hera just doesn't think about the cast at all. And it's just a dash and attack, and at that point, why not just play Zagbar?
Meanwhile, Dirk has already gotten into Asphodel with a Light of Ixion opening the biome and natural Zeus attack, so getting to Force Jolted.
Yeah, and
okay.
there's the cast cell.
Never mind.
Oh, Lapis, I'm so sorry.
That's a shame.
Oh,
That's real rough.
I genuinely feel really bad if we put any pressure on them at the beginning. If maybe they meant to start Achilles first and then changed their mind to Hera and felt rushed.
Yeah, not entirely sure what happened there. We'll have to ask them after the race. Yeah, that hurts.
I just feel guilty. We do see Dirk managing to find that jolted. Sometimes not always the easiest thing, as we saw, in the last race.
It was all to set up the
cast, never
epic crush
punished.
shot. It was simple RNG manipulation.
Yeah.
Lapis over here playing 5.5D chess.
selling the epic flood shot just to get the gold for sticks, Hermes. Maybe if we keep making coping, maybe we just keep making copes and everything will be okay. We'll see. And there's a 21 fountain from Dark.
Oh, that was
Lapis.
19 mid-shop versus Eurydice versus Chaos.
I think I take the Eurydice there just for the better chance at Mirage.
Maybe, I don't know. I like shop
They
there.
did have like 500 gold.
Yeah,
true.
they got cash after that Floodshot gamble. I'm going to call it a gamble
managing
because
to
we have
find
no evidence to the contrary yet.
Nope, it was all planned.
I was about to say there, Yuri for the sake of the palms might have also been a good idea.
Might have been an alright move too.
Possibly. Also, Dirk, we're focusing on Lapis's run here for I think understandable reasons, but Dirk has entered learning at sub 6 minutes, which is
Dirk is moving for sure.
pretty good, I would say.
Yeah, kind of ridiculous.
This
We'll
is
see how
gonna
much the
be
3
a
sec.
heck of a run.
The 3 second the enemy fixing upping in Elysium will affect the end result of that time, but it is still a very impressive run nonetheless at the moment.
Yeah. I'm not entirely sure on his Hermes, but it looks like he has +1 dash.
He has +1
Or
dash.
is
Yeah,
that-
he had +1 dash
yeah,
going
okay.
into
Plus
Fountain.
one dash.
Dirk managing to finish up Loney right before. I didn't actually see what the what the slice palmed, it might have been the dash, considering the dash is currently level 4. It certainly didn't hit the cast, which is unfortunate. But, I mean, hell, Eris and Achilles don't use their casts and their cast weapons. Ha 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 ha. Oh no! Those were some unfortunate casts. I'm at a loss. I don't know what else to say about this run other than everything has been really unfortunate so far.
Yeah, Lapis is not having the greatest first wep.
Meanwhile, Dirk is just cruising
just
through Elysium.
Taking her time on those phases.
I love the tech of in Elysium managing to like push enemies just enough that the slow moving purple arrows work in your favor rather than theirs. As we saw Dirk with the witch there, which was
always
still barely
good.
alive. Either the jolted or the arrow managed to kill it, and always
Lapis
amusing to
does
watch.
catch a light of Ixion to open up Elysium here.
Yeah, and as we know from the current any hit world record, Elysium can just sometimes just not exist. There is always that potential.
Usually doesn't choose to do that, but sometimes Elysium is nice.
Yeah, I'm saying there's potential, and I'm absolutely not just trying to make up coping excuses because I feel bad. We do see another well out of Lapis. Will they roll? No.
They do not.
So there's a pretty decent strategy while you're in Elysium to spend, especially when you're on an even amount of dice, to spend a reroll to try and maybe find an Ixion or two, to help skip that Elysium even more.
I could have seen rolling, but they might be wanting to save that gold for mid shop soon.
That is true.
Taking perfect shot instead of explosive shot, which I mean is understandable.
Hmm.
I love me some big number, but that's probably correct.
Yeah. Dirk managing to leave the mini boss as Lapis seems to end it. Where are their chamber counts? So Lapis is only 2 chambers behind, which a free roll 2 could very easily catch them back up. We will just have to see.
This is Elysium, so
they haven't seen any of the free rooms yet, too. So they are definitely in line to see something. There's definitely a chance to see a chaos.
Just for a bit more.
And I don't believe Dirk has managed to see any free rooms in, and he's now in chamber 34.
Yeah.
So if Lapis is able to see a fountain or Patty,
Dirk's run definitely petered out a bit here, just due to rough room luck. Oh, not the bows.
We haven't actually seen that many fountains today. I feel like in most of Hyper Delivery 5, like it. I mean, I don't know if I'm curious whether or not the enemy adjustments managed to.
It might also just be a bit of.
Okay. It was a curiosity. So I wasn't blaming.
From like the current leaderboard mods allow you to see which rooms have fountains, and these I don't believe do.
They do not.
Yeah. So like it might just be that, right? Where like there could definitely be fountain rooms you just don't pick because you don't have a way to. Oh, not the fish. Not the fish.
I will say the sweet nectar pickup at some point has seemingly helped them catch up in their cast levels.
And they did get a yarn right before this offer. Landing Mirage Shot's going to help them catch up.
Mirage Shot. Yeah.
Mirage Shot's pretty big there.
We do see Dirk just flying through their sticks as well. On a really great pace, too.
What? Exiting heroes at 11:14, and that's quite a pace.
Especially for a no-free room Elysium.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that Elysium was kind of, considering they left Asphodel at 6:38. That was like a 5-minute ish, a 4:30 Elysium. Kind of rough. I guess 4 minutes is on the average. Anyway, we do see Lapis heading into sticks.
Wait, did I miss a rare crop on Dirk's side?
I did notice that.
Oh man,
It
we have.
It hit Snowburst and something. We did focus a little bit on Lapis as well. Dirk having no doubles in his attack. Yeah. He does have Comet Jolted. I have missed what level it is, and I wonder how many palms have just gone into. I know he's going to put a couple into.
I mean, that's a few more palms into Jolted.
Yeah. God, there really just isn't a whole lot to say in sticks other than they go through tunnel 1, they go through tunnel 2, they go through tunnel 3, and hey, look, there's the sack.
Counting with your commentary team.
We got 3 weapons and 3 chambers and 3 tunnels. It's great.
Yeah. Rule of 3 really does
Dirk's
exist.
final boon is
Heaven's Vengeance.
Common Heaven's Vengeance.
According to a singular Bright 01, a core part of the Achilles build.
I mean, it helps if you palm it. Lapis does have.
I mean, yeah.
Like 3 icons right now, I believe, or at least 2.
Lapis is indeed zooming.
They are moving very fast.
Because it turns out move speed is multiplicative.
Yeah. Yeah, that was suddenly discovered to find out. Oh, there's some miscasts.
Hades, the video game, huh?
We do see Dirk pretty easily moving into
that
the
was
second.
A rough big rat.
Getting distracted by puns in chat. Sorry.
Medic, you're digging a rather large hole for yourself if you want to get future commentary on hyper delivery.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say Medic probably doesn't need to worry about a casting job anytime soon.
This is fair.
I'm gonna just throw it out there.
Clearly the cost in his name is purely because he likes to play Haribo, right?
Because he's just the best Haribo player in the world. Because
he likes to Medic cast his casts into the anyway. So we see Dirk killing Hades. I expect another timeout mute. As Lapis enters, yes. And we'll see if Dirk learned from Lapis, and maybe we'll see a crush shot start, or maybe they agreed on a title dash start, and we were none the wiser.
I mean,
probably not.
I know Dirk's one for some interesting builds, like the famed Icy Flare Beowulf, but I don't think we're going to see quite that innovation.
There's the rose. I've lost all amount of cope. I don't know what else to say about the beginning of Lapis's run, unfortunately.
So it goes. Both of them did take triple start.
Yeah, I did notice that. It's probably somewhat in what we were saying earlier about Flurry. Flurry is nice. It's definitely not a hammer you don't hate to see. first room, it kind of stinks.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
what it comes
Flurry
down
just also
to,
has a lot of points where it gets awkward.
what it ultimately comes down to is in the situations where you don't see your cast early, where you end up in those spots where you're chamber 6 digging for your first boon still, Flurry just feels really bad. Whereas if you end up in that situation with triple shot, you're fine. Triple shot does enough damage to where you can just shotgun things down and not really care that you don't have your cast yet. I think once you have your cast, Flurry definitely excels. But it helps kind of mitigate that risk of not seeing your cast on time.
Okay, Lapis
So I
taking
will-
Poseidon Keepsake, presumably intentionally this time
Dirk
for
did
Achilles.
see the natural Artemis offered against Boldy here as well. Chooses to
Ooh.
take the free room with Sisyphus. Probably the right decision there.
I missed Lapis's mirror setup. I did. I know they changed mirror right before the race. I have just noticed a slight thing with their lineups. Typically, we take Pride on Achilles and Eris, and then Legacy on Hera. Although has Dirk been on that Pride Hera gaming lately? I know some people have been talking about it.
I think we've
Yeah.
finally come full circle on Pride Hera. Mostly, I'm kind of in the boat of obviously Mirage is nice, but having good rarity on your splash dash, having good rarity on your cast can help make up for, ending up being Palm Light in your run. It can help kind of bridge that gap, and Snowburst will still cover a lot of the cleanup in places like Elysium. So as much as Mirage Shot is obviously what we're looking for regardless, having good cast rarity, getting good chaos rarity definitely bridges that gap a bit between Mirage Shot with a common cast and an epic cast without it.
Lapis is now the third Achilles runner, I believe, to get Natural Zeus in Tartarus.
At least though today.
We have yet to see Artemis attack gaming. Yeah, today at least.
So we've got Dirk moving into the Furies fight here on Hera, already on a level 4 cast. And it looks like they're set up for Mirage as well.
It turns out starting your cast on a cast weapon that likes to use it is good. And getting the Chamber 12 fountain, getting the Chamber 12 fountain definitely helped push that lead a little bit
Does
forward.
not hurt.
Last phase onto Symphony was ridiculous.
I will say I'm a little disappointed that Lapis didn't take that Athena in mid shop for Phalanx shot, but
this is now the second time that we've seen Crush Shot out of Achilles players today, other than I missed what else was offered. Well, I know Crush Shot does a lot of damage. Just letting the palm yeah.
Fair enough.
I think it's
you were saying
it's a fair take to run Crush Shot on Achilles. It does force you to like kind of cognitively change the way that you're playing the weapon by default, as you can't just like you guys were saying earlier, you can't just throw your cast when you enter the room. You got to kind of dash in first. But the damage is nice. It definitely adds a certain amount of supplemental damage. Dirk seeing a plus cast damage boon from Chaos after already picking up a bonus cast stone as well.
Oh. Lapis doing the taking the Zeus keepsake to try and see that jolted. While Dirk moving into a Chamber 20 mid shop. Likely lead into a 21 mid boss. Yeah, there we go.
Yep.
We've got Lapis taking a Chaos here too. It looks like they just kind of settled for a reward for whatever they could take that wouldn't hurt them too much.
Into a Eurydice though is quite nice.
Absolutely.
Taking the
Classic
nectar, heading right into
three-room
a
start.
Hermes.
Dirk picking up
And I believe
Snowburst here in chamber 21.
Now, Burst is the reason you take Demeter Keepsake. So yeah, always happy to actually see it.
Dirk having
Known
quite
for being
the
harder to show up than legendaries.
Dirk having quite the gold lineup right now. We'll see what
It is
+2 dash from
about
Lapis.
perfect.
So
Yep.
Dirk opting for the Hermes here over mid shop to look for Mirage. Lands a hyper sprint though, so you can't complain.
Lapis might be able to get Splitting Bolt here. Rolling over the Zeus's Aid when you have an Aphrodite core is a choice I might not have made, but definitely makes sense, especially when you also had the possibility of getting jolted before mini boss.
Yeah, I believe it was either
There's
There
the
it
splitting
is.
bolt.
There's the splitting bolt.
Well,
Ooh,
Lapis
you
is
wanted
set
damage?
up to zoom.
Well, we do
love us
see
some orange
Dirk.
wounds.
You see Dirk just kind of cleaning up those Loney heads. The Snowburst definitely helping with the little bits of AoE.
Oh,
just
and
to
there's
clean it up
another
with.
Zeus spoon for jolted.
Lapis.
That was 3 in a row, huh?
I'm a little concerned considering that's 3 Zeus spoons is typically more than you get in an entire Eris run. And they still have an Eris run left, so we'll see where.
Might want to be saving those for later, but I'm pretty sure they know what they're doing.
We do see
Whether
there's
that translates to me knowing
awkwardness
what they're
of-
doing, not the case, but you know.
What was that, Bill?
It looks like Lapis is having a tough time actually getting Crush Shot to lodge. Kind of speaking to the awkwardness of it that we had already touched on before.
Yeah.
It looks like just the
Crush
timing's
Shot
a bit
not
off, the
lodging.
spacing's just a bit off.
It's a blessing and a
especially-
curse. And only really a blessing on
Especially-
Hera.
Is that another
Especially
chaos
on
for
Loney,
Dirk?
I feel. That is, yeah. That's. I think this is what
You've
his
got to roll
third
down
now?
this chaos unless you get one naturally. Another cast stone?
Ooh, more fellas?
Oh.
Aw.
Did not gamble. I mean, correctly so, but it's a shame.
And there's a lot of X for Lapis. Lapis is still very much.
Lapis is definitely catching up here. I will say, not checking for that X to be able to take Cosmic Egg here. Not the choice I would have made. I am a big fan of X strats, but Hades Call is still just good. Could have gotten that Death Defiance. And
Could've gotten that Death
knowing
Defiance.
Lapis's tendency to die in races.
Look, I wasn't
They
gonna say
are
it.
a little bit
The
low
Infinity
on
D
health,
is
too.
nicknamed the Lapis Locker for a good reason.
And
They're at 85 right
shows.
now. So we'll see how that ends up being.
Well, Dirk? Although I guess Dirk does have the Chaos Health Curse at the moment, I believe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Dirk has a more reasonable.
Here comes the roll down for
Base max health.
Mirage. Sweet Nectar.
getting
Oh,
Sweet
no.
Nectar.
Nectar. Not quite the thing you were looking for there.
Gets another Poseidon, though. Just accepts
Takes
Shoal.
Razor
Lapis is in Chamber 30 versus Dirk's 32. They're
a chamber
this
apart
gap.
now. Lapis,
Yeah.
like Splitting Bolt's pretty good, it turns out. I will say, not like taking the time to even look at that Zeus boon, which I guess, given you don't have Zeus's Aid potentially open for Smoldering, definitely makes sense. Like if you could
Already
take
having
Zeus's Aid there or
Epic
something.
Jolted. Yeah.
Yeah,
The
like
only
there's
thing
not really much
rolling-
more you need to look for, and you just want to go fast.
Yeah, the only thing you could really look for here, moving with Zeus would be Billowing Strength.
Billowing Strength would be good. Like you can also just take Thunder Flourish because it's just good damage.
That's true.
And it's another way to apply Splitting Bolt.
Lapis takes another DD.
And Jolted. The locker draws ever closer, but you know, damage is still good.
So we do see a little bit from Dirk. Sometimes even with Snowburst, just the struggles of managing to hit some enemies with a hero
Armored
shot,
great
especially
shields.
when there's either great shields or the swordsmen that get out of the way. At least the enemies can be kind of a pain sometimes, whereas Achilles is able to just mop them up with the dash and the splitting bolts. And Lapis is now in the same
Storm Lightning
chamber.
Palm. Don't know how I feel about that one. I mean, same
I
chamber,
feel like
but
Lapis
not
is-
same level of safety.
Lapis has done nothing wrong and has made no mistakes whatsoever in this race, and I find it bizarre that you even allude to the fact. Fuck, I can't even get through that. Dirk picking up a rush shot right before Hero's fight. Lapis actually managing to catch up despite.
Neither of
Not
them
at
really
all.
had grid rooms, and like Lapis just has a more complete build, it feels. Mirage Shot definitely helps, but splitting is just very good damage, it turns out.
Yeah,
Dirk
Lapis
has like a
definitely
pretty
has
decent build.
definitely has the
Dirk's build-
stronger
yeah, for
room
sure.
clear right now. I
Yeah,
think
Achilles
Dirk-
is definitely big on room clear.
Dirk's
Mm.
boss damage is probably going to be a little bit better.
I mean, you
we
say
got
that, but
splitting
Lapis
bolt.
cleaned up heroes first.
Yeah,
So
Lapis actually managing to pull ahead and buying the Death Defiance, and the extra Eye of Lamia for the health. Looking to be in a pretty good position right now. It might come down to those Eris runs.
Yeah, we
Looks
are
like it
definitely
will.
going to be neck and neck coming into Eris.
I mean, assuming no locker, which I've learned not to do. Too
Lapis
often.
is in an all right spot. Health's a little bit lower than maybe Tonus would like to see. But they did pick up the extra
I mean,
DD,
I
so they've
believe in
got some
Lapis.
safety there.
I just have been burned by this before.
You see Dirk managing to get the slightly luckier earlier mini boss. We'll see. Yeah, the cleanup after the Snake Stone did take a little bit longer, as well as having
I
a
will
menu.
say
Lapis
the Crush Shot Palm
actually-
was not what I would choose, but it was probably just wanting to get through the menu.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a little tricky to say, really, like, especially with the three room tunnel and the 4-room tunnel difference. Like,
Dirk,
the extra menuing from Dirk does make this a lot tighter.
Dirk doubling back for a Death Defiance is interesting to see as well.
I can understand it. I do feel like
Yeah,
he's a little bit safe with the
you-
2 and
you
the
don't-
190 health, but
This is not the point where you want to end up taking a penalty box, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
Definitely in a race scenario, you see a Death Defiance. If you have the money to take it, you take it. You don't want to
Yeah.
lose out on, 30 seconds just because you didn't want to take the time to go back for that Death Defiance.
Absolutely.
I also presume that like part of that decision was not having a Hermes in the shop to buy. I'm just ignoring whatever the hell chat is doing. Lapis
was
entering
about to
dead just a
comment.
bit earlier than Dirk. Oh, never mind. There is a Hermes in there. Just was able to buy it anyways.
Didn't really offer him it offered him greater haste, but I don't believe he has.
I don't think he has rush delivery.
Yeah, sir.
Oh god, production's getting in on it.
Yeah.
I might have to resign from commentary early after seeing that.
Wait, somebody's resigning rather than being fired by production? What is this?
I mean, after seeing that, I don't even know that being fired is a thing I can risk. Anyways, dad fight.
We do.
There's a video game being played here, supposedly.
Oh, we've broken Kenora.
Sorry, it was just
Alright.
anyway, that fight got me good.
Oh no, not the dad dance! Dirk, not like this!
Oh no!
The dad
No, no.
dance!
It's
Oh god.
so I think it was
that
something I read. Something I read recently, actually. That's actually kind of caused by like pushing Hades into the pillar as he's about, like, right before he's about to phase, and so the game partially thinks that it's in the pillar, which is why he's trying to move to get out
Lapis.
to phase. And it,
Lapis, please. Lapis, okay.
Oh, Lapis
It's-
cuts it close, but gets through the dad fight.
Every time. We don't even have a heart rate monitor. You don't need to do this to me.
Just like that, Lapis kind of solidifies their lead. Half a dad fight ahead here.
Mm.
Yeah, and like some of
Yeah,
that's
the-
just going to
the
be
dad
the
dance
dad
definitely
fight glitch. But yeah, like they had a very strong Achilles there. So now it just comes down to
Absolutely.
whether they can hold on to it with Eris.
It's definitely good that Lapis was able to find and buy that extra Death Defiance. They might have played a little
They
safely if they
sure
didn't,
needed it.
safer if they didn't have it. But yeah, it would have been quite awkward to have seen a Lapis locker live from Lapis themselves. So we see Lapis dropping in with the correct keepsake and the right hammer.
Yay.
is but a little bit of awkwardness on the enemy there.
Good old Witch's Chamber 1 being pain.
Oh,
I don't actually know if you
Taking
take
the
that chaos over
chaos
second Zeus.
over-
Like,
That's first.
that was
Zeus.
first Zeus.
oh, that was first
was-
Zeus?
that
was
Never
first
mind.
Zeus.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's reasonable. Never mind.
Dirk actually forcing Delta Chamber.
Dirk maintaining brand for reasons. I
Oh,
This
As
is the
much
same
as
guy
I
who
like-
absolutely would have started Icy Flare if he had gotten to play
Yeah.
Beowulf. So,
Absolutely.
makes sense.
I don't dislike Delta. Probably wouldn't force it first.
probably wouldn't be what I
Delta's
see for.
a good hammer, but it's also like this still feels like it's going to be throwing for content if it doesn't work out.
It is objectively not pockets.
Yeah.
Ooh, and you gotta love the Tartarus curse of picking up that Inferno Bomb curse to immediately drop into a room just littered with numbskulls.
Covered in.
I mean, that's the
numbskulls.
secret wording on that curse, right? Like, you got to read the fine print.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Lapis
Only the
getting a room
smallest
just full
enemies
of
will
armored-
spawn.
Full of those
Uh,
armored hand fellas.
Yeah, getting a couple grabs off. God, I hate those enemies so much. Every time I think
They're-
that I've managed to kill them, one of them manages to grab me from beyond the grave, and it annoys me every single time.
Yeah, they're either like whatever, you just end them, or they ruin your day. And it's usually the latter.
It feels
And
so
Dirk
strange to see the default Eris special.
Yeah, it's real weird. It's not one that I expect to see too often this event.
Dirk actually showcasing why I extra don't like not having Rocket Bomb start on Tartarus, because if you get the sneak, it's just a pain to kill him in one cycle sometimes without Rocket Bomb on Eris. And
I will say Dirk
watching
has
Dirk
Rex for Smoldering Air, which is interesting.
does
Um,
Did pass on Jolted there. I believe they were offered
Passing on Jolted.
rare Jolted
Yeah.
for.
It was rare
against that
Jolted,
Zeus
I
call.
think. I don't remember if it was rare or epic.
Lapis already finds their splash dash as well.
Yeah, Splash Dash helps so much for Furies.
Mhm.
And also means you can like force Artemis here if you want. I will say Dirk buying that Artemis spoon over the Hermes there is not a choice I expected. Given
Yeah,
Hermes pretty good.
I
Like
think it's a
smoldering
fair
is
take without having a dash boon already, because we're really looking for +3 dashes anyways, and their god pool's closed out at this point, so they wouldn't be coming into their dash boon here.
I mean, Dirk just got jolted anyway, so I guess he was 5.5 D-chessing all of us.
What is the half dimension of chess?
It would take too long to explain. Don't worry about it.
It's jolted.
It's
Come
jolted,
on,
obviously.
It's fairly obviously like it.
Is that
production?
production?
No. Yes.
Did production pop in for that?
I'm
not that stream heard it, but yes.
Don't even worry
it was
about
a bit of an interesting choice because obviously, like taking the Artemis, if you wanted the special replace for the sake of Artemis special, I can see it. But obviously, smoldering is still a very good boon, and actually opting to like having the special replace offered and not taking it, kind of just like critting is good. I don't know whether or not I would have with smoldering on the table. I don't know if I would have taken it, because of the 5 god pool after presumably.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because this is a 5 god pool now.
Yeah, and like
I wasn't expecting them to go patch and dash here.
I don't know, man. Divine Dash is kind of good. Whereas we do see Lapis.
This is Dirk we're talking about.
Yeah.
Did Lapis miss mid shop?
I do believe Lapis.
Who needs a mid?
I mean, they got a chaos. It doesn't matter anyways.
Yeah.
They also already got the Eurydice earlier, which I presume led to that awkwardness.
I remember seeing an Asphodel mid shop, but
they land the epic breaking wave. We could see the roll down for smoldering. Nope.
Repping or not.
Doesn't want to roll it, especially needing to hit title dash here. Though I guess you have all your other cores filled, so like it's not really an issue.
I think it was. I would think it's worth one roll.
Yeah, I probably would have rolled it once. But I don't know. Does Dirk have any Hermes yet? Because if not, then that's presumably what it's being saved for.
Yeah, I don't believe Dirk has any Hermes. Definitely didn't have it. He took the Zeus Chamber 13, so definitely didn't see it in Tot end shop.
Yeah.
Lapis managing to maintain that lead and enter Loney first. Entering it just sub 7 minutes on that RTA, although that does include their house splits. So probably close to it.
That's like a 620-ish.
Yeah.
Quite solid. They do have trap damage in Lurney. So if anyone else saw that red 10 from them standing in lava.
Oof.
So we'll see how that works out for them. Yeah, lava plus trap damage curses is a fun time.
Dirk and
spending
Dirk
all those rolls for +1 dash.
Yeah, hate to see it.
Wait, Chat just pointed out that Lapis has Artemis Keepsake, and its charge hasn't been used, and we're at the end of the biome.
Oh,
that's not what you want to see. I think they took the side mini boss.
Yeah.
Were they just gambling to get the boon in a normal room?
I suppose.
Huh. That's.
You don't see that every day.
They did land a breaking
Lapis is
wave
having a very unique race here.
Off of that Poseidon.
Yeah.
So all in all, it pays off.
It was definitely worth it in that respect, but that's not the thing you want to see.
Clockets is objectively worse when it doesn't have a core boon to go with it.
Yeah, this is not where you want to be.
Considering that Dirk has that level, that palmed Aphrodite special, if he's able to find Rocket Bomb, triple rocket.
I was gonna say if Dirk could get Clockets, but then I remembered Dirk started Delta.
So did that, Chief.
I mean, that was a 41 damage trap. Lapis, please don't.
Ooh. Do they still have that curse? I guess the UI's just not showing it. Ah, there it
Yeah,
is.
it just
finished.
transformed. Yeah.
I believe it was for boon rarity too, so
Yeah, it was
Um,
epic boon rarity,
considering-
which feels good.
cons-
There was
I guess
food. Could have had a sandwich. Oh well.
Triple Delta for Dirk.
Dirk
so both of them managing
sure
to
is on
find
some level of
that
gaming.
triple bomb.
For one of
Dirk
them,
with
it
the
matters
offered
a good bit.
29 chaos.
Do you just take that, or do you like check for mid shop first? Just goes for it, and hopes to not have to worry about it.
Good Lapis taking that mini boss. It looked like they were considering delaying it, but they probably didn't want to like risk having it offered against Sisyphus, Patroclus even. Ooh,
Yeah. Looks
It would've
like
been
Dirk
a
is not going to get
risky-
mid shop this run, which, given it was likely to have been offered for that 29, is not too surprising. But the one exit room definitely hurts to see.
So I imagine
see
we
if
see
Lapis
Lapis
decides to-
taking Athena special
Death
here.
Defiance. Either Athena special or they might take a Death Defiance if it's offered. No,
Epic special?
yeah, okay, special. Yeah. Rocket, like deflect rockets are quite nice, and I believe that the deflect hitbox on them is actually also quite large, like larger than the rocket itself.
Yeah.
Which is always nice.
It's
That
no
wasn't
divine
quite
dash
a nice
safety,
chamber
but it's still
too.
good.
There's
And
some health.
Lapis. Oh,
And
well, there's
there's
Patty, so
Patroclus.
it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Never
I
punished.
100% believe that is exactly what Lapis did not delay the mini boss for, so that they can
Ooh, Fountain for Dirk.
see Patroclus without a worry. Ooh, nice. Dirk's still managing to. If
Dirk
Dirk
is
can get
a
a 34
chamber
skip,
behind
this
at
is
the
going to be
moment.
very close.
Yeah, this race is not over.
I will say, especially without that smoldering, Dirk, I would say, definitely has the disadvantage in boss damage. Not having rocket bomb, not having levels in that phalanx shot. Dirk might have a slight advantage in the room clear, but I don't. Oh, there's
34
the
Patty.
34. Oh, we got a race on our hands.
This is gonna be quite close.
This is gonna be
The
close.
There's the Artemis.
Yeah.
Let's see
I
if
will
they
say
see the special replace.
Dirk is missing a couple palms.
Ooh. Lapis moving just a little bit too early on that Meg and missing the Minotaur.
Oh no.
Does seem to still phase them.
There goes
the
another
same.
DD.
Yeah.
And well, that just kind of shredded the first phase.
Mm-hmm. Ooh,
Yeah,
this is gonna be.
Dirk having
wow,
a
this is
much
pretty
nicer
equal.
heroes fight.
Yeah. Wow, I
The
honestly
timer,
expected Lapis to have a much better time with the boss fights, but
I mean,
that
Delta does mean you still have dash strike iframes, which means you're taking less damage, not getting stun locked, right?
Mm. And the missed Meg on Theseus definitely didn't help with the with damage there.
For sure. There's like a 6-second difference here based off their life split, so this is going to come down to the sticks.
Mm-hmm.
Potentially even to the point of who gets more long tunnels.
Mm.
Which
Dirk does also have a support fire which with Delta Chamber does kind of add up to a lot.
Look.
Yeah. Support fire, the boon famous for never doing nothing.
Support fire, best boon in the game. I will continue to die on this hill.
I've always enjoyed support fire,
extra thing, but it's good.
Fully loaded.
Fully loaded.
Fully
for their
loaded.
unleveled phalanx shot.
I mean,
managing to actually get into the second tunnel faster than Lapis.
I believe they had a shorter tunnel, which would help.
Does appear that way. Lapis. Actually,
not entirely
one
sure.
way to find out. I believe the 3 seconds
rats
does even that out.
It should somewhat. I don't entirely know how that works. I know the last tunnel is always the same size.
Yeah, the last one was
Because
always
of
the same
how the
size, and I
3 stacks
believe from memory, if your first tunnel is 4 rooms, then your second tunnel is, I think, forced to be 3. Like it, because I believe it always tries to have your sack be on like the chamber 54, I believe. So
Guys,
Dirk is a little bit ahead. This is going to be very close.
tight.
This is so close.
Although I will say, Dirk is a little bit ahead on our screens. Lapis does have the slightly faster splits. Like,
Yeah, Lapis
these
started
are
a bit
ultimately-
early.
No,
Yeah, or late.
Dirk started
Lapis
right before
Or yeah,
Lapis did.
yeah.
Dirk's
Yeah.
splits are about
Oh, well, that's
3
an
or 4
epic
seconds
rush
ahead.
delivery.
I
Someone say
believe
the thing. We got rush spread.
Yeah,
wait,
it
I said
was.
the thing.
It was. No, I don't believe it was rush sprint. I believe he picked up greater haste.
No, there's definitely
Lapis-
hyper sprint speed on there.
Lapis
Was there
took the
hypersprint?
anvil there. I didn't
I'm
see
pretty
what
sure
they
he took
picked up.
the hyper sprint as second Hermes.
Spread
but
targeting,
yeah.
from what I'm hearing from chat.
Spread targeting.
Oh, that's not what you want to see.
What did I get rid of? That was the real question. Did they get rid of the triple bomb or the?
Yeah.
We'll see here. They got rid of rockets. Oh no!
I mean, that is
Look
not
at the
spread
phase,
fire,
though.
but yeah, that's not great. I think
With
Dirk is going
the-
to have a slight advantage here.
That
And
darkness,
the
Especially
dead
with the
darkness, I
probably
think, seals
seals
it.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and also
That
just
was-
all the health and safety from Dirk and the rush delivery. Oh, that
Lapis,
was.
how did you already lose those DDs again? You literally got given them back.
Look, sometimes
Okay.
taking damage. Sometimes avoiding damage is hard. All right.
I mean, to be fair, their Hades ads have been the worst. Oh,
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 are we gonna
no.
see?
we might see the locker
gonna-
today. I think we're
Oh.
gonna see the locker with that super elite archer over there. Yeah.
Oh
There's
no!
the locker for Lapis.
Mate, do
hate
we
to
just
see
end
it.
it there?
Just over the 29 on
Oh
screen.
god. You need some things for an Eris to work, and Jolted is one of those things.
It turns out it is indeed. Did you not get jolted? I think we missed that.
no, I never got
Oh,
Jolted.
yeah.
You did pick up like a million Zeus spoons on the Achilles, which I think
used them
might
all
have,
up there,
might have
huh?
had a
Yeah, we pointed out that you got 3 Zeus spoons in a row at one point, and that's more than you
I
get
think
in
I
your
got
typical
4.
Eris run.
I got a lot.
Well
Well done, Dirk.
While Lapis is cleaning up the rest of that Hades fight, with maybe a second locker.
Sorry, Museus.
Congratulations to Dirk for touching out. We will say,
Do I have to
especially the
finish
end
this?
of that.
You don't.
Especially the end of that Eris run, that was very close. Like,
Really?
Y'all were neck and neck.
You guys
like,
were really
you managed to
all
pull
the
it
that's so
picks.
sad.
you managed to
That's
pull
really
ahead in
sad.
Achilles despite Hera existing.
That Achilles
and
felt very
then-
good.
The
And
Achilles was-
then Dirk
yeah, it was
got
a
a 34
1444,
skip
I believe.
on Eris. Dirk got a 34 skip, which caught him up into heroes, and then you guys killed heroes at the same time.
Oh my
Just
God.
about.
I
Yeah.
had no idea.
And then the anvil, I think, definitely didn't help, unfortunately.
Lapis, don't
I
die
was
a
thinking
third
I was-
time.
I was thinking I was way behind, and like I can take an anvil.
Hmm.
Oh well.
Oh, my Hera
GG's to
run
both
was
runners,
so bad.
absolutely. Oh, your Hera run is bad. Well, you started with the right keepsake. It's a better start than
Yeah.
You know,
Um,
I am used to playing lap races every Wednesday at 6 p.m. Eastern time, where we have Tonus usually goes through the pre-flight checklist with me and tells me what I need to not do, and he wasn't here to do that, and that is why I
will
left.
say, I want to sincerely apologize if any of the early comments made about like you only have 3 seconds to get ready. I'm sorry if that made you feel pressured at all at the beginning and made you take the wrong keepsake.
Oh no! Like we could have had a half hour to get ready, and no, I would not have noticed. Like I
Yeah,
remember, I
that
was
was a
thinking,
bit
looking at
painful
the
to
5.
watch.
I was looking at the 5 weapons, like, I start 3 of these with Poseidon, so I can probably pick the Poseidon keepsake. And then I forgot about that, and I took Hera. And
Look, you had us for a second. Like
it went kind of, yeah.
we spent most of Tartarus trying to justify it, and then you sold Floodshot
I was
and just like
definitely
really
hyping
did.
threw
up.
us under the bus into the River Styx.
And we were maybe hoping that like you and Dirk had an agreement, and then Dirk went into Hera with the rose, and we were like, "Well, no, that theory's out the window." Yep. Anyway, congratulations to both runners. GG's all around, and what an end to the race that was.
That was
before the
such a
3
good
lapis
race.
lockers. That was such a close Eris run.
I'm very bummed I took that anvil now.
It happens. You still did amazingly well.
It was a fantastic show.
Cool.
Did you have anything to plug or to shout out? Lap races again, perhaps.
Oh yeah, lap races 6 p.m. Every Wednesday Eastern time. I don't know if anyone's mentioned it, but yeah, you can also catch me on twitch.tv/trash_lapras. That's about all I have to say.
Wait, hang on.
Wait a sec.
Sorry.
Run that
what?
by me one more time, there, Chief.
No, I did I stutter?
You got it right? Okay.
Okay.
I
expect we're gonna get a similar shout out later tonight.
Yeah.
I
Dirk,
don't know.
congratulations on
I
your
get
victory.
confused enough by the two of you to begin with. Please stop. My poor brain can't handle this.
Congratulations for moving on to the next round. Do you have anything to shout out or to sponsor?
Yeah, like the shout out twitch.tv/trash_lapras. Great stream. Should definitely check it out.
It's a
But,
good stream.
But you catch me
Oh,
over
excellent.
at Dirk_first at twitch.tv. I speedrun stuff sometimes, occasionally. Not really.
I have noticed that both of your Twitch handles on stream right now are now trash_lapras. Thank you, production.
It was a good race.
Hey,
You know?
GG's, guys.
It was
We're gonna
a
take
good time.
a
You
short
did prove
break.
Delta superior, so
Yeah.
just gonna throw that out there.
All right, we are going to take a short break here between races, but coming up next, we're going to have Tonus versus Webs 2D, and we're going to have a commentary change coming in too, so stick around.
Yeah,
It'll
I'm
be a
being
blast,
informed
guys.
we need to run now.
Thank you, Hype Delivery and Timber and Bill for having us. This has been a
Yeah,
blast.
no, this was
Love
a
you
good
all.
time.
Absolutely. Kenora and Blake, did you guys want to plug anything as well?
You go first.
Well, I'm told there's this channel, twitch.tv/trashlapras, but I don't really stream anymore. I have a Magic the Gathering podcast that I'm a part of that does good stuff. I don't have the link on hand, so just ask me about it later. Yeah, that's me.
And Kenora?
I was gonna say something funny. Like I lost all semblance of a joke. Other than obviously the lovely one and only Trash Lapras shout out. Yeah, you can find me on twitch.tv/Kenora. I stream very rarely and occasionally. Typically Hades speedrunners or these days a fair amount of like all skills in Hollow Knight. Although I have actually also been picking up boyfriend dungeon speedruns because that's been kind of fun lately and in the forefront of my brain. So check that out if you so wish. I'll try and stream more, I promise. I say this every time and I never do.
The constant mood. It's like Steam backlogs.
All right,
Yeah.
guys. Well, thank
I just
you
called out
so-
everyone in chat, and you all know it.
Thank you so much. Go check everybody out, guys. We'll be right back with our third race between Tonus and Webb's 2D. I'll see you there. welcome back to Hyper Delivery 5 presented by DragonSquad Esports. We are getting into our third race for the day between quite possibly the fastest man alive, Tonus and Webs 2D. And we have a little change on the commentary here for our next two races. Joining me for races 3 and 4 are going to be Seagull and Fire Safety Superman. How are you guys doing today?
Doing all right.
I'm doing well. I'm excited because this is what the people have been asking for months on end at this point. This has been requested endlessly to have Seagull and I do commentary together because apparently we sound alike. We don't hear it so much, but also, you know, that's saying my mom thinks I'm cute. Like it means nothing. So I'm excited. I'm excited to get this done. I'm excited for these races. Tonus and Webs should be a good time. You know, we get one washed up old man versus Webs.
It should be a blast. Webs, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing all right, man. A little sleepy, feeling nappish.
You ready to game, gamer?
No, I just told you I'm ready to take a nap.
Oh, well. Might not be the best time.
Well, no,
for
you
it,
see,
buddy.
it's okay because the faster he finishes his run, the sooner he gets to nap. So that's motivation to
That's
go
true.
as quickly as possible.
Seems like an incentive. And
That really
Webs, what is the lineup you're bringing today?
Fuck, I had to think about it. Achilles, Beo, Hera, Eris.
And
No, sorry.
and out of those aspects, Tonus, what would you like to ban?
Nemesis and Ares.
Nemesis and Eris. So out of your remaining aspects, Webs, in what order would you like to run in?
I would like to do Beo, Hera, Achilles.
Okay. And Tonus, how are you doing, buddy?
Doing okay. I mean, I could actually do nap first if you want.
I have a question for
That's fine
Tonus.
for me.
I have a
We
question
can
for
nap
Tonus.
together.
What is it?
So Webbs was just doing some hyper delivery qualifiers for fun, but then decided to submit. And when asked about why, he said that he really wanted to race Dirk in a tournament. Now, Webbs can't. This is something Webbs really wants. Webbs can't race Dirk without first beating you. So let me ask you this question: are you scared?
A little bit scared, yeah. I have to admit, yeah. I mean, I was
You're
watching
taking
a
away
couple
of
hours
some
ago. I
good
was
buddies.
watching. I
Have
was
a
watching
race.
my rival 185 race. I mean, run Hades in front of like 60,000 people. So
Yeah.
I don't think I have any reason to be nervous here compared to that shit. So I think we'll be
Yeah.
fine.
I mean, here's another question, Tonus. Are you going to get in the way of friendship? Because that's
Yeah.
why Webbs wants to race Dirk. Because
I
of
want
our
to-
Friendship will win.
I want
know-
to
know
race
you-
Dirk too.
I know you watch a lot of anime, so it's
Oh,
all about
shit.
it's all about who's more of a friend to Dirk, who has the
Yeah.
bigger friendship.
Oh,
So-
fuck, dude.
That's the battle here.
The friendship race of the century.
Well, I
Us
will
two
say,
form the Dirk
will
fan
say-
club here. So
I will say this would not be the first time I have upset a Finnish man. So I'm ready to game.
All right, now Tonus, one more question for you. What aspects are you bringing?
the same shit.
What are you banning?
Webs.
Oh, what do I ban? Beo and Nim.
Ooh.
And Tonus, what order do you want to run in?
Start with Hera, go for Achilles, and then Ares.
All right. If you guys want to check your mirrors, make sure we got the right keepsakes, and then head on over to the Pact when you're ready.
Either. Fuck, what did I say I was running?
Beo Hera.
Beo, Hera, Achilles.
Okay, thank you.
We got you, Webs.
We're looking for a text countdown or audio countdown for you two.
Text, please. I'll be muting and deafening right now.
Yeah, I prefer audio.
All right, Superman, we'll handle the audio, I guess, and I'll
All
do the text.
All right. Sounds good.
Everyone ready? Looks like it.
Yep. All right. We'll start in 5, 4, 1.
Did he?
Go.
What the hell was that, Superman? You kept cutting out there. I had to skip too in the text countdown.
I apologize.
All right. So we're getting started. Looks like Webbs' stream is lagging a little bit behind. We'll see if that catches up. Looking at Tonus right now, we're starting out with Hera and looking like Flood Beowulf on Webb's side. Looking like the moves are all complete now, or the lag's done at least.
Yeah. I was speaking to some people yesterday, namely Croven, any heat world record holder, about kind of the evolution of the Beowulf meta and how it's been kind of interesting that since we learned how bugged Beowulf is, we've come back around to Flood Flare.
Yeah, I think the other thing is that there hasn't been a race, like a tournament race in a while. Because I know for me personally, I was running Flood Flare forever. And then, and I think it was Hyper Delivery 2, I had just like a couple real stinker Flood Flare runs where it was just like no Mirage until late, no palms, no other scaling. And that stuff just is painful. It just drags on and on and on. And I was like, you know what, I'm going to just start doing Passion Flare. And that worked for a while. And then eventually it was like, you know what, it doesn't really matter. Either way, Flood has a number of benefits. You just need to get the damage. But you know, in the race scenario, it can very easily fall much flatter than Passion Flare can.
Mm-hmm.
But the Epic Cast is a very good start for Web. Epic Cast and Abominant already. Like that's that's like your bare minimum, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, and picking up a huge for helping him to get Mirage.
Were you talking about Tonus's Poseidon special?
Tonus.
Yeah, you're cutting. Your audio is cutting in not a lot, so I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to. But yeah, Tonus has picked up Tempest Flourish, which is, you know, he gets him 1/3 of the way to Mirage at least. So the advantage that Webbs has towards Mirage at least has been eliminated from the boot and pool standpoint already. They're both just looking for Artemis now. Superman is potentially dead.
Looks like we may have lost Superman.
Sorry, Wells.
Yeah, Superman, you're cutting in and out real hard, connection-wise. Yeah. Anyway, so talking about Chaos Curses, Webbs has picked up an extra cast stone. I didn't see the buff that Tonus got. Hopefully it was something cast related, but it might not need it coming into Furies at 3 minutes flat. And I will note that Webbs is about 10 seconds behind. It seems like the stream was about 10 seconds behind. So they're actually just about dead even, with Webbs only being like maybe 5 or 6 seconds behind in actuality. Tonus having a little trouble phasing on the Meg fight there, just having a couple bounce arounds, but the triple shot helping to clear some of those things up. Unfortunately, taking a DD. This is one of the weaknesses of Hera versus Beowulf, which is that when you're caster lodged, you really can't do any meaningful damage without being right next to the Fury. And triple shot helps mitigate the damage issues, but when Meg starts whipping up those fireballs, even with Holy Shield, there's not much you can do.
Yeah, you just end up eating a lot of free chip damage to Meg there.
Yeah. Thankfully, Tonus is well known for his love of Centaur Hearts, so I don't think he's terribly at risk of a penalty box.
Yeah, if there's anything I've learned from Tonus, it's his deep-seated love for health. Every time I have too little health, I hear little Tonus in the back of my head going, "No, get health, Bill."
And so Superman's doing a quick reset on to see if he can get his internet working. I'll fill in for him in the meantime. I played basketball today. I'm 6'5". I can just walk over rivers with 2 feet. Okay.
2 feet? That's
2 feet.
impressive.
Just moving into Asphodel, we're seeing this move speed curse kind of hurt Tonus, because in the stair room, the 3 exits are spread very far apart, and you want to check all of them because Chamber 17 stair room has like a very high, I think like 1 in 3 or even higher chance of showing you a Eurydice. So you definitely want to check all those doors. that move speed definitely hurting. It's several seconds lost just checking the doors. And Tonus having to roll for Artemis, and Webb's also having to roll for Artemis attack, taking the flourish. That's very good. I've too often rolled twice and only had the dash offered. So if you roll once and you see the flourish, just take it.
It's definitely the safe choice there. Just accept what Artie's willing to give you.
Yeah, and so the reason behind, if I was curious, the reason behind Eurydice being so common, both in the Chamber 17 stair room and out of the Chamber 17 3 exit chaos, is because Chamber 18 has like the least eligible chambers, room tiles for it out of almost anything, almost like any point in the game, and so. When you have the 3 exits, you're incredibly likely to see the Eurydice, and that's also before Fountain is eligible, so you can't even see Fountain. So it's a very good spot to be in whenever you see 3 exits out of 17.
I'm back, by the way.
He's back.
I apologize for those
That's
technical difficulties.
I told him.
Excellent. We have Webb's Forced Artemis, obviously. Has he seen Mirage Shot yet?
No, I don't believe so. Just picked up the special and finishing up 22 just as Tonus is coming in. So we're seeing the lead about flipped from the last biome, basically. I think that's probably due to Webb's getting that 21 Eurydice and Tonus just getting some normal rooms.
All right.
Epic quick reload for Tonus, very valuable, and getting the Artemis free boon here, hopefully to pop a Mirage Shot. And reminded that Webb's is 10 seconds behind, so this is a much larger lead than it initially appears. With Webb's starting the learning fight at about 6:20, and Tonus looking to start at around 45 or 50. But very good times coming from both of them. But Webb's is on a hot pace, to be sure. Although no Mirage yet, it would seem, because he's got that level 4 epic flare would be phasing by now if it were miraged. And looks like Tonus didn't manage to get Mirage. Webb's taking the DD. Yeah, so what Webb's was trying to do there was get all 4 of those heads to spawn and move into one space. But waiting for them to line up could leave you very open to some attacks, especially while you're charging your bull rush, your charge shot bull rush specifically. So it's not too bad. Beowulf's pretty safe in general. And Webb's clearing out at about 7:07 with Tonus. It looks like closing the gap a little bit, only about 10 seconds behind now. It'll be interesting to see the keepsakes from them. So Webb's can't force any Mirage Gods anymore. Picks up an Hourglass Stone. I imagine Tonus will. Okay, Tonus actually checks the well first because things like yarns and stones are more valuable than on Hera over Mirage anyway.
So, what is your opinion?
You're cutting out again.
What's yeah? What's your opinion on extra cast versus cast damage on both of these weapons?
It's a good question. It kind of behaves the same for both, right? Because more stones and that you can shoot them all off at once is quote multiplicative damage, because it's applying the base damage and your additive damage again and again. Whereas the braid is only plus damage. But there's a couple things. You get diminishing value on each additional stone, right? If you have 4 and you get a 5th, that's less effective than if you had 3 and get a 4th. And like getting a 6th is almost useless. It also depends on your how good you are at cast stone management, how high your damage is, a lot of stuff, right? Because if you're bulky enough to just kind of be clearing things out with fewer casts, then it can be better to only have to manage a few stones. That said, 4 stones is very comfy to deal with, especially on Beowulf, where you're just kind of picking them out from wherever. Hera has a very precise, like you shoot them, they're there. Like all of them pop out there. They also all pop out immediately. Whereas with Beowulf, you start to unlock the ability to send out multiple salvos of say 2 or 3 at a time to deal additional Dragon Rush damage and to just stay on your target better. So I would always prefer a stone up to a point, but you rarely have to choose between them aside from Chaos.
I typically, when it comes to Hera, I prefer to see just flat cast damage. Just on the off chance that you don't see quick reload at all, it leaves you. To me, it feels like it leaves you with a bit less downtime waiting for your cast to pop out. where you're looking to instant phase and have that time for your casts to come back. Where with Bayo, it feels like the extra cast stone just feels better in general.
Yeah, I can see that. And there's also something to be said for instances of damage and how it deals with armor breaking, and then how the relative mirage power on both. But you're really kind of getting into the to the too nitty gritty there. In reality, you rarely do have to choose between them, because if you see both in the well, you should usually have enough money to get both. And if you see both in chaos, it's usually just take the stone unless you already have a stone, or it's like an epic or rare cast damage, because those are very good.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so Tonus has retaken the lead in this Elysium, I think, thanks to a couple free rooms and obviously solid Hera play. And looks like Webbs is about a chamber and a half behind. Also, just Webbs' damage is still suffering a little bit. After our slight detour into the theoretical there. Yes, Tonus is a full boss fight and chamber 34 ahead, which is huge. Not as huge with these full armored chambers, but even the eyeball boys can take a while to clear out. Yeah, Tonus's boss damage is really being buffed here by the epic quick reload, just helping those stones pop out immediately. I know I often have trouble with stones lodging in heroes because there's 2 targets.
Yep. They can definitely make it a pain, especially if they get lodged in Asterius and he just yeets himself across the room for no reason.
Okay, Webbs takes the attack. Maybe he did pick up Mirage. All right, so we'll look at Webb's heroes fight now. Should be pretty fast. He's able to instant phase both of them after the Meg. It looks like we do have a Mirage.
Yep, it looks like they
here
should drop pretty quickly here as well.
And he's just going down first, not frequent sight, but yeah. Okay, so now Webbs moves on to Styx, where he does have a slight advantage speed-wise, especially with the Flood Bayo, but not terribly, especially given that Tonus has triple explosive shot, which is a great deliverer of AoE damage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it certainly helps the room clear a lot for Tonus.
Absolutely. Oh, Tonus going shopping. I thought Tonus didn't approve of going shopping in Styx. You might know that 4th cast stone is not long for this world. Yeah, Superman?
I've heard Tonus say many times that he does not approve of shopping. So it is fun to see hypocritical fishmen doing what they say not to.
Missing the Meg on the, many people will say you don't need the Meg on the bother, and one reason that it has the lowest HP of any of the Styx mini bosses, and it's very easy to just nail down real quick. There's another reason you can miss, and then you end up getting some extra spawns.
I imagine they just threw the Meg down because he did have an extra summon.
Yeah, but the Meg summon is an RTA time loss, right? It does slow the game down for a second or so.
That's true.
Webb's picking up Snowburst, epic Snowburst in the tunnel there. If Pseudo's in the chat, I'm sure he's smiling right now. Snowburst is also going to really just help the final edge on some of the damage and Styx here. Just really clean this stuff up, help with some tiny rats, just smooth out the rooms overall. Although looks like Webb's is still about a full tunnel behind. And then with the epic quick reload, Tonus's Hades fight is going to be blistering, even without any skilled wall tech with the casts.
Yeah. I mean, not to mention Tonus's triple explosive shot here. That's going to do tons of boss damage.
Yeah, and Tonus coming in with a hot sub 14 dead entrance time, looking on track for a sub 15 3-sack finish overall, which is quite good. As Webbs moves into the last tunnel, getting some unfortunate tiny rats. Maybe we'll remove those next time. I don't like them. I don't think they're no fun. Hasn't been able to put. I've seen Webbs get blocked like 3 or 4 times on bombing the cast. That's why it's important to get those early cast bombs, which he did. But it always hurts to see those miss. Tonus entering second phase already, just laying down damage even without the casts, and able to wall tech there into
melting.
Like we said, almost Tonus 200 max HP. Oh, took a lot of laser damage there though.
Yeah.
but no concern. Taking him down about 1440, a blistering time. Looking like Webb's is about 50 seconds to a minute behind, or 40 seconds to a minute behind. Depending on how the Hades fight goes.
Tonus's build really lent itself both to using casts and also just bosses with basic attacks.
Yeah, it was quite good.
Between miss attack and the triple explosive, just bonkers damage.
Yeah, although Webb's damage is definitely no slouch here either. It's just taking a little over one salvo to phase those first halves. I imagine it'll take 2 or 3 bouts to take care of this the first half of the second phase here. So he's just going to want to not pop a DD if possible during this time. But yeah, no, very clean. You can see Webb's is not loading necessarily. Oh, there goes the DD. Webb's is not necessarily loading every cast stone at once. Sometimes we'll do 2, sometimes we'll do 4, depending on what you have access to. And close to about at 15:24, which puts him about 46 seconds behind Tonus. And
46 seconds. I think that was about the same time difference going into. I think that was about the time difference going into Elysium during each of Lapis and Dirk's last 2 races, and the lead changed for both of those. So definitely not insurmountable by any means.
Absolutely. Tonus having an excellent start on Achilles, picking up Epic Title Dash already. So Flurry Jab and Epic Title Dash already has a palm in it from the Nectar, about to get a second palm. This is really all the start you need to clean out Tartarus with Achilles. So the damage is not an issue here. And Webb setting up for a triple shot Hera start. All right, let's see what Tonus wants to take from Chaos here. On Achilles, you can take a lot. You can take attack damage, special damage. So it looks like a special curse into attack damage common. Not terrible, not incredible either, just because Achilles, you often have the 150% attack buff up. That extra 30-40% doesn't always make a huge difference, but it's still very good, especially on the Artemis build.
I'm excited that we get to watch this play Achilles because very high level Achilles gameplay is just such a treat to get to see.
Absolutely, just the movement of Achilles is one of the smoothest things that exists in this game. It's very well designed. It was patched and reworked a number of times until it hit its current state with the input buffering and anything. It's just always an absolute dream to play. And Tonus actually struggling with something that I struggled with in an Achilles run I was doing earlier today. When you have a special curse, do you still use it? Do you still use it for movement through rooms like shops? And the answer is, of course. Running around he's running around at 1 HP now anyway, so it's it's no difference. And it's going to look like we're going to be speccing into the Zeus build, which kind of fits with the Athena in the pool too, because we could see a lightning phalanx. Yeah, as Dunk's saying, it used to be stinky. Achilles used to be stinky until the input buffer for special was added thanks to community feedback, and now it's just. Honestly, just in terms of the interaction with the fact that it, because a lot of the aspect effects in Hades revolve around applying buffs or debuffs, and then there's also a lot, there's a lot of concepts centered around movement and additive damage and how that impacts everything. Personally, I think Achilles is just like one of the best aspects out there, just in terms of how it exemplifies all the things Hades brings to the table.
Mm-hmm. Picking up epic pressure points, it's epic pressure points, right? Never going to be bad. It's never going to hurt your build. Only do good things for you.
Yeah, so if we look at the split names on Webb's, it looks like the first weapon was actually Fuck. We're currently working on Professor and be closing it out with Timbo. And I wouldn't have normally called something so vulgar and offensive into public light here, but Timbo clearly wanted them read. He was complaining about them in chat, so he just really wanted that attention and sympathy, I think.
Well, the originator of the classic, I'm not going to say it. Well, actually, I will say it. Webb's the originator of the F Timbo. I have said it. The originator of F Timbo. Let's get him in chat, everybody.
I'm gonna let that one go. Ugh. So someone's chat was just auto modded for having the word pine in it. Just throw that one out there. So anyway, paces. Looks like
He's
Tonus having
ruling with an iron fist.
Tonus having looks like a low 3-minute pace out of that Tartarus, which is pretty nasty. Picking up a Chamber 18, Eurydice, gonna get some good jolted on that rarity and potential Hermes, and is really just taken off with this run. Webbs doesn't seem to have anything boon pool wise. I don't think he picked up a Snowburst or anything. Tonus also walked into a Chamber 20. Chaos to make up for potentially missing mid shop out of this room too. So just really getting the blessed classic Tonus Tonus Asphodel here.
Yeah, this is working out pretty well for Tonus right now.
Absolutely.
He's probably good. I'd say he's at least a minute ahead of Webbs right now.
Yeah, if not more. He's just like these rooms are just opening it up right now. And his build has come together nicely, picking up Jolted. And Webbs has some decent palms in the cast, so I'm not sure necessarily anything else at the moment.
Yeah. Other than a decent splitting bolt or a decent call, he has pretty much everything that you want to see out of an Achilles build.
Yeah, there's arguments in favor of either the Artemis build or the Zeus build. Artemis build gets you Mirage Shot, it gets you Hunting Blades, it gets you additive crit damage from things like Chaos and Heartrend. But the Zeus build, if you can pick up Jolted, it's has a lot of other options available to it as well. I unfortunately didn't have enough money to buy that Athena in the end shop. Wanted to pick up Lightning Phalanx there. And you can see really the gulf that's opened up here because as Webbs is walking into his Chamber 21 mid boss, and Tonus is already starting the Lerny fight on a ridiculous pace, looking like 610 into the first phase here.
Well, yeah, and it's worth pointing out that Palm Slice hit his Jolted at this point. Basically, what he wants to be palming, like it's just working out. Everything's come Tonus.
So the real question is, do you think he's concerned that he's using up all his Zeus and Poseidon now, and there will be none left for the Eris run? That's a real concern in Hades. Is the boons they remember from run to run. You can tell.
Yes. No. Well, I mean, it's not in the code, but it's a part of the cloud computing patch that they put into the game. I'm pretty sure.
I think it's really an enchantment is the best way to describe it. Right. There's no physical, tangible reason that things should be happening the way they are. But I mean, yeah, you can't deny it.
No, undeniable. Yeah, we'll see. I think that's an interesting point because I feel like the gulf between Tonus's Achilles and Webbs' Achilles. No offense to Webbs, he's not. Again, he is no slouch of a runner, but Tonus, it has some really incredible Achilles gameplay, and I wouldn't Webbs' mechanics to be on par.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be rough, especially with Tonus getting all these Chaos Gates and good room luck. It's tough to get back at this. Because you have to get as good or better luck and then play as well as Tonus, which is difficult because for anyone that's not aware of, I mean, obviously Tonus has some multi-wep records, but in terms of single wep records, Tonus has, I think, sub 14 times on every weapon, I believe. Sub 14 RTA times unmodded. That might not be including fists because no one wants to grind that garbage out on fists. But just if you look at the RTA any heat unmodded leaderboards, Tonus has sub 14s on Beowulf, Eris, Zagbo, Nemesis, Hera, and Demeter. Yeah, sub 14s on every weapon. So consistency is his paragon across all weapons in IGT RTA. It's just he's a tough guy to run against. Can we get some fists sucked
Really
in chat?
amazing that Tonus is able to bust out some incredible runs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
always tough to compare because we have a fantastic runner with some amazing luck, just really taken off, and Webbs is having a fantastic run as well. It's just it's tough to keep up with something at the pace that Tonus is on.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just it's not an enormous gap in skill here, but it's just not working out for Webbs this way that it has been for Tonus.
Yeah, absolutely. And Webbs definitely hasn't been getting the boon luck you really need in the Beowulf run, at least. That was a late defending Mirage.
Yeah, not to even, the Beowulf run obviously didn't go as well as you want it to, but Hera run, comparing it to Tonus's, Tonus got some really good luck with hammers and boons, and Webbs has just it just hasn't been there for him.
Yeah, we're seeing the gulf widen, I think, even more here, because previously it was Webbs walking into a 21 mini boss when Tonus was walking into Lerny. Now Tonus is walking into Heroes. Webbs is 3 full chambers behind instead of 2, and they're Elysium chambers, which tend to be slightly longer. So it's the lead is definitely widening. So we'll have to, hopefully he can pick up the pace a little bit, finishing it out, picking up some Armored Witches in 32, which is good to see. And everything's really going to hinge on, honestly, at this point, both not only how good of an Achilles run he can have, but also how bad of an Eris run Tonus can have. Because even with Rocket Start, Eris can still really pump out some stinkers.
Yeah. I was going to say, we do have a Eris has its reputation as being kind of foolproof, but it's just more consistent. You're less likely to guess absolutely do. They really can.
Yeah. So, and just for some timestamps here, Tonus had a low 10 RTA exit on Elysium there, and I'm seeing in the chat a sub 5 IGT exit, which is obviously quite good. That's enough to put you on a low 6 pace with a 2-sack. And obviously we have to recalibrate our sense of these splits a little bit when these builds get super stacked, because we are seeing consistently armored enemies in the late chambers. But still, it's impressive nonetheless. And nothing is happening here that could not happen in vanilla.
Saw Tonus thinking about that Zeus, but at this point I don't know. I don't know what he's fishing for there. I suppose probably a was it billowing strength, but
yeah,
that's
all I can think of.
Only.
But
it's
marginal at this point.
All he needs.
Splitting Bolt's like 8 billowing strength on its own,
Yeah, splitting Bolt is
good,
absolutely enormous. I think that's been we've always known that Splitting Bolt's really good, but it is. I think that we have yet to realize how good it is. I think that it's even better than we give it credit for.
For my adventures in, it also depends on the weapon a little bit. For my adventures in Eris grinding, I think I found that Splitting Bolt basically replaces a Hermes, right? So if you like a +3 dashes or a rare plus rush delivery in terms of the damage output, like it fills the gap that is left by that. And if you can get both, obviously, it's that much better. But it is seriously powerful, right? Because that's
huge.
Even though this isn't quite correct, if you just look at it as adding 40 damage on every bullet, it does both more and less than that. So maybe we can say that as an average. That's on your common level 1 Zeus attack. That's like plus 400% damage, which is insane. And then it also gets all the additive buffs. So Tonus coming in for a ridiculously low exit here for a couple of 3-sacks, potentially coming in at sub 30 minutes is pretty nuts. And I think these bonkers builds have definitely allowed him to take advantage of the large amounts of armored enemies that we're seeing towards the end of the biomes. One negative effect that this balancing change has is if your build sucks, you're going to have trouble. You're going to be much slower clearing out those rooms. But I think people would want to see armored enemies regardless. So it's not. It's just a symptom of all rooms are going to take longer with a bad build regardless. And we have Webbs entering his 3rd tunnel here.
Yeah.
As Tonus is finishing off Hades here, looking like a 6:38 in game time, looking like a low low 14? No, a high 13, actually. Looking like 1353, I want to say. That's pretty crazy. That is a insane 3-sack time with Asterius as well.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, and finish any run sub 7 IGT while not only going for RTA but also having a force 3-sack is.
What'd you say about a
something.
finish run?
Ooh.
Timbo's quite angry. It's okay. We'll edit it out and post Timbo. Don't worry. All right, so Tonus coming into Eris here just as Webs is starting here. So this puts Webs at least, I believe, 2 minutes behind because the Hades fight usually takes a little under a minute, and then the house splits are about 50 seconds. So Tonus looking to potentially be coming into a victory lap here with this absolutely disgusting lead.
Yeah, finding that early chaos immediately. We were talking about how Eris can have.
Unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. If you see there, Tonus shot off a rocket upon entering this chaos, hoping to hit that gold pot, and unfortunately completely whiffed. It's very disappointing. Very, very disappointing. I think that could cost him the race, if I'm being honest. If he had started with a Delta Chamber and tossed a normal special over there, it would have landed while he was talking to Chaos. Everything would have been perfectly optimal, plus 15 coins. So it's
You're right. He should have just started Delta.
The overconfidence that some people have when they're ahead is frustrating sometimes.
I mean, it is worth bringing up, unironically, that we were talking about how Eris can absolutely have kind of stinkers of runs. I don't know how much of a stinker you can have if guaranteed either rocket or cluster bomb.
Yeah, I mean, damage can just fall off later, but it requires like not seeing another Zeus and not seeing like a natural Poseidon, and then getting like a bad rarity dash, and there's like so many layers. It's harder for it to be bad than it is for it to be good. But anything can happen. And so this is it's a weird thing to say, a decent start of a potential bad run. Just no good stuff coming into Chamber 9. Looking at an Athena mid boss, which can vary in terms of quality. Oh, Epic Divine Flourish though. That's solid. You don't even think about Artemis or Aphrodite. You just pick that up. Having a deflect on your rocket is actually a lot of value.
I was going to comment on Tonus choosing to buy the palm and instead of that Aphrodite in order to fish for special.
You run into a little bit of risk there, right? Because if you think about your boon pool, right? So the whole idea of the boon pool is that once you hit the 4 gods, once you've acquired gods from 4 boons, you won't naturally see any more, and you have to force additional ones, which will make it harder to get stuff from shops and just complicates your life a little bit. So buying a boon that's like potentially decent but not necessarily optimal, like that Aphrodite there. Oh, and another 12 skip. Jeez, that was just cleaning up right now with these free rooms. But so buying an early, I guess this is fine quality of boon can screw you, especially because Tonus hadn't seen mini boss yet, didn't even know what was on the door, and so could have potentially been forced into a 3rd god that wasn't great, and then potentially also been forced into a 4th before leaving Tartarus, and then having to force Poseidon as a 5th, which would have been unfortunate. Whereas in this scenario, he was able to buy Artemis as a 3rd here, which ensures that Poseidon, Force, and Asphodel will be the 4th god. So it's I don't love picking that stuff up early, especially because you don't need the boon on rocket this early. It helps, but it's not. It's far from necessary.
Yeah. Well, and like we were saying, it paid off anyway. He got an epic Artemis special, and then he got an epic Athena special, and then natural Artemis. So that replacement's always is going to be on the table. Picked up a pressure points.
Speaking of picking stuff up, Dirk has
inclination
picked up Crystal Beam from a Demeter mid boss because unfortunately wasn't offered anything decent. Rolled off. I think it was an attack special and call to hit the beam. Personally, I think I would have gone for the flourish there. It opens up some interesting options, but it's kind of marginal. It can be sold later. It will be if you launch them out with the buff, it'll be decidedly non-zero damage in the Fury fight. So it's not terrible, but the lack of the attack boon, seeing the Artemis or Zeus yet is definitely a little painful. And Tonus picking up a common rush delivery to go with his hyper sprint. I saw someone said in the chat that apparently he passed out +3 dashes for the hyper sprint. I don't know if he'll feel that it pays off with only the common though.
Yeah. I honestly I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know how I would feel about common rush delivery versus +3 dashes. It's one of those things where
that wasn't the option. It was hyper sprint versus, which is an even bigger high roll. But
I'm not sure what this would have paid off more. Picks up common jolted.
But we'll go into a Poseidon mid boss, which will help the damage scaling certainly, because it's likely to either see breaking wave or a wave pounding or a hydraulic might out of here. The chance of seeing none of those, I think, is low. So he's going to pick up something good here for sure. Oh, pass up epic breaking wave for the Razor Shoals
instead of epic breaking wave.
No, I don't necessarily disagree with this, right? Because there's a decent chance of getting cluster rockets, which kind of removes the need for breaking wave in sticks. And with rush delivery boosting the Razor Shoals damage, that's like even more damage now, and it's going to help in learning. It's going to help in heroes. It's helping all the way until sticks, whereas breaking wave, especially with a rocket build, is going to save you a little bit of time in one biome versus we're gaining time in every biome here. So I don't necessarily. I will say I would absolutely have picked the breaking wave if I was in that position. But thinking about it from the position of someone smarter than me, I can understand.
Yeah, I don't know that I like fully disagree with it, but I'm in the same boat as you, where my gut instinct would be grab that breaking wave.
Yeah. So meanwhile, on the web side of things, we're forcing Artemis, which is usually what you do when you pick up neither Artemis nor Zeus in the start, because you can get more mileage out of a single Artemis boon than you can a single Zeus boon. In the worst case. And also, this opens up crystal clarity for those fast track and beams, which we love to see.
We do love the beams.
Don't let your beams
rods.
Be beams. Don't let your meme dreams be beam memes.
Give them to us.
Wait, don't let your beam dreams be memes. Make them a reality. There we go. We got there.
Sure.
Ooh, Tonus clearing out Lerny very quickly. Another sub-7 biome exit. Just good stuff all around.
Yeah. A 3.5 minute Asphodel there for Tonus.
Absolutely above average. Going on here. Where's Ghosty with the stats? I need a live stats dashboard at all times.
Obviously, even with all the mitigation, this is an RNG based game, and someone else can, someone can pull off an. But
yeah, absolutely.
I don't think I even expecting Tonus to come into this, expecting Tonus to come out of this with a win. This is incredibly fast.
It's pace.
This is beyond what I would have expected.
It's a pace and a half. Yeah, I mean, if they're getting good runs, by all means, these should be just with the wave adjustments and elite enemy changes. By all means, these should be faster than qualifying runs, assuming they get the sorts of builds they do in the qualifying runs, which Tonus so far has.
Yeah.
And Tonus speaking of good builds, Tonus has picked up Delta Chamber, while Webbs picks up Crystal Clarity, both of them embracing the meme parts of their weapons. Although honestly, it's a good pickup for Webbs with the cast stone gas he got earlier with four super tracking beams with Achilles cast buff. That's honestly good damage. Crystal Clarity is one of those things where it's like this cast. It looks like a flurry cast too. Crystal Beam is one of those things where it's like this sucks, but if you get this dual boon, it's good. And so we're at the point where it's good.
Yeah, that's how I feel about it. It's a lot of fun to play with. And it does do a lot of damage, but boy, oh boy, until you get Crystal Clarity, it's a clunker. It does not work.
It's like how I feel about Thunder Flare. It's like it's like, hey, just get double strike and rush delivery, and then it's a lot of fun.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Tonus just gets to play with Delta Chamber, which everyone loves.
I mean, Tonus loves his safety, and Delta Chamber with which doesn't lose. If you're not familiar, normally with a light of Ixion, please, Tonus, please save some free rooms for the rest of us. with most weapons, when you do a dash, you gain your normal invincibility, and as soon as you hit that attack button and begin your dash strike, you lose your invincibility frames when your attack starts. That's not the case with Delta Chamber. Your invincibility frames are preserved for the entire thing. You never lose them. So it's safe for Hades fights. Oh, into 34, Patty. I can't watch. Superman,
This
turn it off.
is-
Turn it off, Superman. I can't watch.
I can't turn it off. Only Timbo can do that. Timbo, shut down the stream.
Already dead. Okay,
Shut down the stream.
Timbo has Timbo briefly minimized our stream preview here in the Discord. Jokes on him. I still have the Twitch stream up, so he'll have to take down everything if he wants to block me from seeing
my
how fast the
internet
fight
is
gonna go.
struggling too much for that. Although it appears to have leveled out. I say that right as I go red connection, but I think my internet problems have been largely solved.
Well, good. You solved them just in time for the race to be over. Thomas just finished. Are you still behind?
Wait, what? Thomas finished the race. I'm still on Achilles.
All right, so the chamber lead has widened to about an entire Elysium here.
Yeah,
Webbs was only able to get in one room before Tonus left out of there. Tonus about on pace now for a sub 45. Oh wait, no, it's a 3-sack. Tonus on pace for a low to mid 45 with this, which would be pretty nuts. Popping a rare Zeus in here, and so now we'll see. Without cluster rockets, the Styx clear is going to suffer a little bit, but there's no telling how much time was saved by having the Razor Shoals in the Lerny fights and some of those Elysium rooms. And as you can see, it's losing maybe a second or two per room. It's really not that much, right? Like you can see he has to dash a couple times into the enemies after shooting the rocket, whereas the cluster rockets would almost certainly be clearing them out completely. And like this bother would be dead already instead of, but he still got it with 0 spawns, so it's not a big deal. Picking up Storm Lightning.
It's
Let's
time
go.
to throw away a Meg.
We're gonna go shopping. No, he did the shop check dash, as I call it. There was no Zeus in that shop. Meanwhile, you can watch Asterius' health kind of melts as those beams hone in on his location. That fight's cleaning out kind of nicely. It's always just so fun to watch that beam track.
Yeah, this is, it is unfortunate because as much as I would love to be paying attention to Webbs's video right now, I can't tear my eyes away from Tonus's half of the screen.
Yeah, Webbs has picked up Breaking Wave. This will help with the Styx clear. And I should add that Webbs is still on a fantastic pace. We haven't seen too many. We've seen a lot of over 50-minute times, I believe, so far today. If I'm remembering right, I don't exactly remember. Bill, what have we been seeing today?
That sounds about right.
Yeah, we have been seeing a lot of closer to 50-minute times. Both of these guys are moving fast.
Yeah, Tonus is on pace, as I said, for a low to mid 45, and Webbs is on pace for like a 47, 48-ish. So both of them setting records for the day. It's just unfortunate that that Webbs had this such a good run, but had to go up against such a monster of a pace. Because Tonus is actually looking like it could be potentially sub 45 here. Oh, I'm going to buy a Hermes, rolling the Hermes. Oh, you're losing. Could have lost might have lost the sub 45 there. Because we're used to dad splits of. On Eris, I guess without clockets, it'll be like a minute and a half. So it'll be the sub 45 is going to be the goal here, and looks like Webbs has chosen to take a DNF rather than finish out the rest of the run. A respectable choice for sure. But a man only has so much game in him in one day.
What's good, gamers?
How you doing, Webbs?
I can only watch a man skip a biome so many times.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That was brutal. I mean, obviously you didn't finish that out, but you were still on a, I think pace to be the fastest time of the day so far, aside from, your opponent, unfortunately.
This dumb shit that's going on here.
Yeah. I did appreciate seeing the Crystal Clarity pickup though on Achilles. That was fun.
The meme beam was strong.
It's not meme beam, it's good.
It's good beam.
Strong advocate.
You just need the duo first is all.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it sucks ass until then, but
once you remove the meme part of meme beam,
then it's just good beam.
Yeah.
And it's just beam.
Yeah, really, really unfortunate that like.
I mean, how are you
You
going to
know,
go up against
I
a
was-
44-45? Like,
Yeah,
come on.
exactly.
I'm saying.
Please.
Like it, I was saying earlier, Tonus finalist in HG3, like, probably one of a favorite in the tournament, but my God, like ignoring that, how are you supposed to compete with him skipping half the biomes?
Yeah.
It's a sick fucking time, dude.
Yeah.
Congrats. Very nice.
Really, really nice.
All right, let's get Tonus back in here, and he can talk about how nervous he was and how he was worried it was slow.
Yeah. How the whole time he thought he was behind and then realized he turned out a 44-minute time.
He's like, oh, my pace could have been a little better.
You say that, but this is Tonus we're talking about.
Are you just bullying me here?
We are
Yes.
absolutely look. We
No,
have the
you
right.
were
we have the
bullying
right to
me.
bully
What do you mean?
You bullied Webs.
Why you bully?
You're the bully. Where were your biomes, Tonus? I see you seem to have forgotten a few of them. I don't know if we can count this as 3 weapons when you only played half the biomes.
That is true, yeah. Should I do 4?
No, I think we're okay. In all seriousness, absolute monster of paces from both of you. Webbs was on track for like a 47-48 time, I believe, which is still the fastest thing we'd have seen yet all day. So he just had the misfortune of going up against whatever it is that you just managed to spit out. So how do you feel about your runs, Tonus?
I just got everything for free again. Just one of those. Just free rooms, just the builds just coming together. It was just...
We have an important question for you. Why do you hate +3 dashes on Eris so much?
That was so bad. I just saw the purple good thing and just took it, and I was like, fuck. And then
there was another purple good thing though.
Yeah, and then there was the other purple good thing in the breaking wave, and I took shoals over it because I was like, shoals are good, right? So don't play like me, kids.
All right. Well, okay. So now,
actually, well, hold on. No.
Yeah. We talked about this. We did talk about this.
Say you liked the Shoals pick because I spent like a minute thinking about it and potentially defending it. So say it was good.
Seagull was definitely building up the Shoals pick. You got to say
it would have been correct. It would have been correct if I got cluster rockets because cluster rockets fix your sticks for you,
okay,
so you
good.
don't.
That's what I said.
That is exactly what he said.
Yeah,
that's basically what I said.
It was stake in actuality, but yeah.
Actually, okay. Someone in chat brought up another good point. Common jolted over Epic Heaven's Vengeance, though.
Yeah, I know New High hates common shoulder, but it's actually it's fine. I got RD at that point.
Damage.
It's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, just incredible times, Incredible job not really playing much of the game.
I think that the gods have definitely spoken. They have determined, judged, and shown who Dirk's best friend is.
No, stop.
Not like these.
That's cruel.
Man.
It's okay.
Tonus doesn't play
situation,
Final Fantasy 14 with him, so
so the situation we have here
place in his heart.
Dirk is Webbs' best friend, but Webbs isn't Dirk's best friend. I think is what we have here.
And that's
no.
Now it's even more.
Tonus is Dirk's best friend.
Yeah, it's the
I'm
last
getting
fucking
sad.
hype to deliver.
Look here.
friendship ended with Webbs. Tonus is my best friend.
We'll advance the dialogue a little bit. So if Dirk does not get to face Tonus, then we'll say it's undecided because that was the whole decision, right? So if Dirk doesn't make it, I think would need to make it to finals, right, to face Tonus. So if Dirk doesn't make it to finals, we'll declare this undecided. Fair deal?
Sure.
Okay. Good.
Yep.
Good races all around.
Is there anything else to add about those runs? I mean, they were a lot of fun to watch all the way through.
Besides, yeah.
I don't have much to say. The runs were I think I played the best I could. Just free rooms just don't exist.
Yeah, your play was definitely solid.
I just got them all.
You donated them all to Tonus.
Yeah, Tonus stole all of your free rooms for sure.
At which point did you give up? I see the main menu.
It was after you right about after you started the Hades fight.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
And he was in like chamber 29 basically or something, or 30 or something.
Oh, I see.
Mm-hmm.
So Webbs, tell us about the pillow you're about to go lay down on for your nap. Is it good
it's
pillow?
gonna be so fucking good, dude. I can't wait.
Webs, you got
You
anything
have
you
like
want to
an
shout out,
anime
buddy?
body pillow there, right?
Say again.
You
Commercial.
have one of those anime body pillows, right?
Oh, absolutely. I would. I keep telling my family to buy me one for like Christmas, but they won't. It makes me super sad. One of these days.
Oh,
All right, Webs, was there anything you wanted to shout out before we go?
Nah.
Nah. Toda said, any plugs for you, my friend?
Twitch.tv/webstudy.
Oh, don't go there.
And also Trash Lapras.
Don't forget twitch.tv/bright01.
True.
Well,
The only
GG's.
medical professional regularly streaming Hades.
Congratulations on your win, Tonus. We'll be coming back here in just a couple of minutes with our final race for the day between Trash Lapras and Hyper Delivery 3 champion Shiitake. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with you guys. And welcome back for our final race of the day between Trash Lapras and the
Mushroom Man,
Mushroom Man.
as it says.
Hyper Delivery 3 champion Shiitake. How are you guys doing today? Lapras, how you feeling?
Pretty good. Yeah, good, I guess. I'm going to lose Shiitake, but it's all right.
Mushroom Man, you feeling good? Are you ready to defend your crown as Hyper Delivery champion?
I can't say I'm feeling very confident, but we'll see what happens. It is a video game after all. Anything could happen.
I feel like I've heard exactly those words out of you in like 3 different tournaments where you've upset favorites. I don't think you can keep getting away with this.
I'll tell you what, Shiitake. I'll give you some motivation. As we know, Shiitake has in official Hades tournaments has lost to me twice, and I am now too washed up to compete anymore. So that record will stand for, potentially forever. I am giving Lapras my official endorsement because Lapras is a sick Hestia player and a sick player in general. So that Shiitake, if you defeat Lapras here, it will count as no longer being undefeated against me. So there's your motivation.
Good luck.
These are high stakes.
That's the opposite of what I thought you were giving.
Well, I'm giving you all my support, Lapras. So
Okay,
that's how it works.
Right.
So I'm lighting a fire. under the
It's
mushroom.
negative motivation. Shiitake.
We're sautéing today.
Sauteing.
Thanks for the pressure. I have 2 reputations to uphold now.
Woo! It's okay.
Yeah, one of which as the most popular Hades speedrunner slash
one is-
streamer.
and one is Seagull.
All right. So, Lapras, what aspects are you bringing to the table today?
I'm bringing Haribo, Hestia Rail, Beowulf Shield, Achilles Spear, and Nemesis Sword.
All right. And out of those aspects, Shiitake, what would you like to ban?
Do it.
I don't know if everyone's been paying attention to personal best recently, but Lapras just posted a sub 13 Nemesis Sword run, so got to ban that, obviously. And then I don't want anyone else to play Beowulf against me, so that's gone.
All right. So,
Makes sense,
Bayo and Nemsword are gone. What order did you want to run in, Lapras?
I'm going to do Hera, Achilles, and then Hestia.
All right. The first Hestia of the day.
We love to see it.
This is gonna look bad on my part. Is that Lucifer ready to go right now?
That's Hestia.
That's Hestia.
Lucifer's got a big old face on it.
Yeah.
Oh, it does.
Lucifer like stares you down while it's sitting over there.
As a huge fan of other people playing Hestia, I know that. I don't like it though. It's too hard.
Too hard.
You just got to
Too
push
many
all the buttons. It's fun.
Too many buttons. I don't play cast aspects either. There's one trick, baby.
And Shiitake, what are you bringing for your aspects?
Just the standard lineup: Nemesis, Achilles, Bayo, Hera, and Eris.
And Lapras, your bans?
I'm going to ban Nemesis and Beowulf.
Nemesis and Beowulf. All right, Shiitake, what order do you want to run?
I gotta say, I'm very surprised that we've seen more Eris gameplay than we have Nemesis gameplay today.
Oh my, honestly.
I think everyone's just being nice to each other.
I guess so.
Eris just stinky.
Nemesis is stinky. That's the real thing.
Yeah.
And Shiitake, what order were you running in?
Hera, Achilles, and Eris.
All
Ooh,
right.
Battle of the Rails.
If everybody wants to check their keepsakes and their mirror and all that good stuff, and then head over to the pact when you're ready.
Are we doing text, audio? What you want?
Give me text.
Either's fine for me.
Okay, I'm gonna do the audio this time because
Let's
difficulties.
prevent that happening again.
Actually, here, tell you what, I'll just do both just in case.
Yeah, you do it.
When you're both
really jack of all trades here.
because you're both gonna take in text. I'll or Shiitake, just let me know when you're ready and we'll get started.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, and we'll start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And good luck.
And we're off. That was the fastest start yet. Seagull, I think you're onto something.
Couple of professionals.
So just really quick, we already see a point of deviation. And that is that Lapras is taking Forced Overtime level 2, and Shiitake is only taking FO1.
And
so
we have
a bigger difference right off the bat. I
mean,
think is
I
the
don't
cast
believe-
start. The
Yeah,
cast start
Lapras
on
feeded for their
Lapras versus
cast.
the triple shot start on Shiitake. Both of them picking up a Chamber 4 Chaos Gate here, though. Interestingly enough, similar Chaos Seeds. But
Seems
Lapras
a good
picking up the
hammer
natural
anyways.
twin, and Shiitake picking up the natural epic cast. So this didn't matter that
Okay.
much in the end.
I guess it's settled out. Big
Yeah, I'll be
difference
honest,
for about 40
I
seconds.
tunnel visioned on the pack.
So we
I
have
didn't even notice the mom pom start.
And so we have a common common cast boon coming from Chaos for Lapras and a rare one for Shiitake. But Shiitake only has 19 max HP. But it's Hera. It does. Oh, and it got a Centaur Heart, so it's moot anyway.
Yeah.
I just realized
Lapras struggling through this room.
Shiitake's modded game text is fungus.
Fungus. There
Fungus,
is indeed
lowercase
among
r.
us. And I don't think it's the modded game text. I think it's just a stream element.
Is it
but,
just a stream element?
Lapras has 4 Lapis, and honestly, don't block that modded game text. Even anything could be under there. I know we let them freely edit it, but come on. And so we're seeing the difference in the Mom Pom start already with a Nectar pickup and the Mom Pom proccing without a single actual Pom obtained yet. Lapras already has a level 3 cast, which is pretty good. Picking up the Passion Dash, which is pretty smart because it fills the slot, right? So if you're looking for Mirage, you're definitely not going to pick up a Hunter Dash, and it gets you the higher duo chances sooner once you have your core boons filled, and it also does damage, which is always good.
Where do you
I
guys
feel like Passion
stand
Dash
on Pash Dash?
I think we're about to ask the same question here.
I think we are.
Yeah.
My take on it is that doesn't matter that much, right? You're really not using, especially with a good hammer, you're really not using your splash dash much for actual enemy kills in Tartarus. And after that, it's damage, but it's not it's honestly whatever. Like you can go through with no dash too, like if you pick up a natural Tempest Flourish and a Deadly Strike, you're not like, oh man, I wish I had the dash. It's most of your damage is taking place farther away from you, or after you've stopped, right? Like on triple shot. So there's no splashing to be had.
Mm-hmm.
It also, if you ask Hera world record holder Krovan, he would tell you that he hates Splash Dash because it moves enemies around, and so his take would be to take Passion Dash.
I personally like to have Splash Dash just for Elysium, unless you see a natural Demeter like Lapras did and probably picks up Snowburst here anyways.
Yeah, I would also like to say that
cover if you're missing that.
Called out Crovan's preference before he posted it in chat because I got that brain is on.
Except Frozen Touch.
The natural Demeter's nice.
Decided on Frozen Touch over the crop. I mean, we would have lost damage for the Meg fight, and with how many palms they have,
it's only gaining, right? It's losing 20 damage now for gaining 10 base damage later, and it's just kind of like, is it worth it?
Wash. Yeah.
Shiitake really cleaning up that Fury fight though, taking the rare Heartbreak Strike into the fight. Normally people really like the Artemis, but you can still put it on the special to get Mirage, and it's like rare Heartbreak is a lot of damage on triple, so it hardly matters.
Yeah, we see Lapras just about 7 seconds behind right now, which is nothing in the grand scheme of things. Buying an extra use of the summon, I always like to see that. I think that's pretty much always correct to buy one if you see it. Buying multiple, debatable, but especially because of this, because of the Force 3 sack, being able to use it on a Styx mini boss is very helpful.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm eating some like gummy shark candies right now.
Oh, those are the best.
No, these specific variety, not very good.
Oh no.
Like those. You ever had some fruit snacks that like taste dusty?
Yeah.
This
very
is
familiar.
This is like a dusty blueberry fruit snack in the shape of a shark. I'm really not happy about it.
Sad.
I'll be honest. I think that all the shark ones that I've ever had taste kind of dusty.
Yeah, well, maybe I'll avoid sharks in the future. They look like they won't be dusty, but then they get you with the dust.
But then, like some of them, like have that dusty start and then are just immaculate pieces of gummy goodness after.
This does not have that. It just tastes like a dusty blueberry on the inside too.
Shiitake picked up a common quick reload.
That's still pretty good value.
That last
You know.
witch eluded the Meg there too.
Because like the first rarity tier, right? Just getting the common on quick reload, you lose 2.5 seconds off your drop time, which is 50%. And then getting to epic only gets you to like 1 point. It only gets you another like 0.8 seconds. So it's really, honestly, the rarity on it is, I mean, obviously it's good, but it's not that important. It's not like a make or break. It's not the difference between like +1 and +3 dashes, for example.
Lapras had an incredibly clean witches fight there.
Yeah,
I don't know if you're busy
impressive.
looking at your gummy sharks.
I can't bear to look at them anymore.
We did also see Shiitake taking palms from Eurydice instead of refreshing nectar. So I
respect that. He doesn't have any Artemis or Poseidon, so he's not online for the crop. What Mirage and Hermes already kind of spat out everything. So it's just take the palms there and get the damage.
And I guess without having already attack, Heart Run's kind of null and void as well.
What happened? I didn't see it, Superman.
Shiitake took a
Hypersprint.
Shiitake took Hypersprint.
It's good movement.
I suppose so. I just wonder. He has 3 rolls. I guess he wants to save those for your Mirage or a Splash Dash.
What would you roll for? Greater. I don't think Greater Recall is worth rolling for here.
Yeah.
I think the if you Greater Recall, what it allows you to do is it allows you to. Oh my god, that damage.
Oh my god.
What? That's that triple shot plus Heartbreak Strike plus Beefy Cast plus rare cast damage from Chaos. Like Shitake's build is done at this point. He has Snowburst too. He just needs more palms at this point.
Yeah.
Right. And so if you think about what Greater Recall gets you, is it gets you your casts back faster, basically. Oh, and a Braid too. Nice. It gets you your casts back faster. Hypersprint does the same thing, right? Because you can go get them faster, but it also helps in other scenarios. And you don't have to roll for it. So also not sure if he's running Legacy or Pride is the other thing.
That's true. That makes a lot of sense. Mobility is actually even more important on cast weapons because you want to be able to go and get those.
Yeah, and rolling is a time loss anyway, a little bit. So if it's not like that's not a like a rush delivery is worth rolling for, right? Because that's like a make or break. But or getting the quick reload is worth it. But I think that's marginal at that point. He probably wouldn't have rolled even if it gave nothing and nothing useful, I imagine. And I think that would have been correct in this scenario. Like in an IGT scenario, maybe you sit and you roll for see if you get a Greater Recall because you don't really need the rolls that much. But right here, you just keep moving. Speaking of moving, Shiitake increases his damage even more with explosive shots. We just have these giant pink forks shooting out with the middle fork shooting out even more pink. So just a lot of
much
pink slapping the enemies around.
I hope this is Asterius because I want to see. Yes, there we go. I want to see this damage.
It has to be Asterius.
So it's the almost an insta phase.
There's no non-Asterius.
I almost forgot. Well, I did forget.
And so you can see Shiitake using explosive shot really well here, right? Because you can't charge it all the way up for a perfect shot, and that's not even worth the damage. You can see him doing like a quarter or a third charge, basically just alternating back and forth on Asterius while waiting for the stones to drop. Yeah. Very efficient use of
really
the
nice
damage there. Also, doing that allows him to quickly reapply and always stay in range of the hyper sprint, so that if he gets hit, he doesn't get stunned out of the charge, keeping that sturdy up, which is very valuable.
And the Cyclops jerky. This is just gonna be a fun boss fight to watch.
Into a fountain, Patty into a fountain.
That's a nice series.
All right. Apparently, the left side of the right side of the stream is rigged.
Yeah.
Tonus saw all the free rooms. Shiitake's seeing all the free rooms.
Yeah.
I got the Yuri too.
Yeah, and we just saw it with Lapras fighting Asterius, but we're gonna see a big difference in their bossing ability moving forward here.
Yeah, I wonder if we should switch the sides. Lapras picking up a fountain as well. But I'm wondering if how like sports team, like soccer teams, even though there's not really a difference between the two sides of the field, they'll switch halfway through.
Yeah.
I wonder if we should do that here as well. Timbo?
I think we should do it halfway through the second.
We should do it. We should do it right now. Production.
No, because then we're gonna end up. Hey, production.
We need that.
Don't take away our screen.
Bring it back.
Yeah. So I think what we'll do is when whenever the first one finishes Asphodel, I think we'll call time And
Zach,
we'll do a
point.
10-minute
I like
break.
that.
We'll get
Yep.
everyone some water, some orange slices, and come back.
Yeah.
But Labra's
excellent.
definitely not wasting.
I know that we've been
wasting the free
focusing
rooms,
so
but
much
really,
on
really catching up here.
Yeah, we've been focusing so much on Shiitake, but Shiitake, in spite of those free rooms, never built up that much of a lead.
Yeah, I mean, Lapras also got some of the free rooms and just has a similarly solid build.
Mm-hmm.
It would appear,
but again, like that, bossing damage is
a little different.
Yeah, not really comparable.
It's interesting, because Shiitake took the has taken basically no crit damage and no base damage adjustment, because explosive shot's not a base damage adjustment. Just a lot of additive damage. You got like a plus several hundred from the explosive, plus from the Aphrodite, plus from the jerky, and then multiply it all by a big 3. Slap a cast on it. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Multiply it by a big 3 as opposed to an average size 3.
Well, yeah, it's a 3 that's really closer to 3.5 in value if you look closely enough.
Okay, I see.
It could even be said to be 4 by some imprecise counters.
Ooh, boy! Thank God I'm not in charge of numbers.
Did Lapras just take a normal tunnel as a second tunnel?
Oh no!
Did I see that right? Or is this the third tunnel? No, this is definitely the second tunnel.
Definitely second.
I could have sworn I saw a full boss door nearby. That would be catastrophic for their
That
pace.
would be enormously bad.
Unless they're digging.
Oh wait,
for
or is this the
Mirage
first tunnel?
that hard?
Or is this the first tunnel? Am I an idiot?
I think this is their.
This is the first tunnel. I'm just dumb. Don't worry about it. Everything's okay. Everything's
I'm
okay.
worried about it. Seagull.
Everything's fine.
As long as Seagull is dumb, then I'm happy.
Wow.
I want to be known as the smart one.
Now?
Well, I mean, as we mentioned, Seagull and I have to differentiate ourselves somehow. And if he's going to be the dumb one and I'll be the smart one, I accept this.
Hey Superman, let me ask you something. Why doesn't Hades just lock the doors? None of these doors are locked. Like the door behind Cerberus, there's no lock on that thing. There's just a dog in the way. Why not have the dog and a padlock? Yeah, you just do you just get your the master lock. You can get that. It's like $8 from your local hardware store. And
honest question, did they have padlocks in ancient Greece?
Well, they apparently had railguns, so Anyway.
Yeah, but that works on magic, not mechanical interplay.
80 O-balls for your padlock. That thing's got 60 numbers, 3 numbers. That's a lot of combinations for him to try. You've got more time to get your people up there.
Yeah.
Seagull.
And I have not seen an aspect of bolt cutters yet, so I think he's going to be stuck there for a while.
The question here is, what stops Zagreus from just shooting out the lock? We've already established that we have guns in this game. It's gonna have to be a pretty tough lock.
It's made of mithril or whatever, right? That's a Greek substance.
Sure,
mithril.
Yeah, why not?
In the crossover of the century, it's adamantium.
So I'm not actually 100% sure when this happened, but it looks like Lapras just got one or two too many rats of clocks and fell a full Styx tunnel behind Shiitake.
Yeah, the triple explosive, even just with the triple, just the AoE to speak of there is aside from enemy RNG is just good, and the damage is just immense. And Styx, as we know, is a damage check, right? I believe it's designed as such. The enemies just suddenly become so much bulkier than anything else.
Shiitake is having some really rough luck with this dad fight.
Yeah, but he's still kind of about a full phase ahead, though.
Mm-hmm.
They're still melting dad, but that definitely helps close the gap a little bit.
Yeah, you can see just the difference in the paces. Also, that frozen touch actually coming in and hurting Lapras a little bit here, because it's whenever he takes a hit and it slows Hades down by about 40%, basically turning off forced overtime. In terms of the phasing, it's going to make it clears when he goes into darkness, so it won't slow that down at least. But that full phase behind has turned, just from the boss damage difference, has turned into a phase and plus one health dice.
Plus 1 health dice.
Yeah. Well, so we see Shiitake again, probably about 40 seconds ahead at this point. 30 seconds.
We'll see. Looks like you cleared about 1440, and yeah, I'd say your appraisal is about correct. Should have about 10 to 20 seconds left here.
Yeah, but
popping that greater call just before taking the DD. Pretty smart to avoid that, but might still take one here because it's going to run out before we're done here. Ooh, yeah. There's another 5-second loss. And looking more like a 50-second deficit, actually, Superman. So I just don't want to.
Well, I mean, after the DD, look,
you didn't see that coming. I saw it coming. I'm just saying. So Shitake is moving into the Achilles run now, as well as Lapras is. Just from a build RNG perspective, Achilles builds can diverge wildly. So it'll be we've seen mainly, I think, Zeus builds with as the fast ones today. So we'll see what these racers can put together. Will we see Hunting Blades? I hope we see Hunting Blades.
I would love to see Hunting Blades. Musaeus would probably love to see Hunting Blades.
We've yet to see the Artemis build come through today, actually.
Lapras switches to God's Pride, so we will not see. Well, I mean, we could, but less likely that we see those splitting stonks. Obviously, they're both going to seed for Flurry Jab.
But if you don't, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Seeding for Serrated Point?
Colobi is saying that Lapras was running Olympian Favor Hera, which I don't know if that is true or not, but I don't know. I don't know if they
were.
I don't know if they really gained anything from it. I'll say
they definitely there wasn't any changed Favor.
There wasn't a sick Hermes or a sick like Chaos or anything necessarily in there.
No, it didn't look like it really paid off.
What if there was? I will say, if anyone is swayed by the Olympian Favor side, definitely, every benefit is purported to have is true, but always remember that Olympian Favor merely increases odds by a significant margin, but it increases odds, whereas Dark Foresight, unlike any of the other percent boosts, unlike God's Legacy, God's Pride, it's not a probability boost. It literally adjusts a ratio that very aggressively forces gold rewards. So it's not sometimes you'll see it give you this much value, sometimes this. It's just always the same value.
Yeah.
No slicing shot pickup. That's I don't necessarily disagree with that, especially in a race scenario, because slicing shot without Hunting Blades isn't necessarily great. It can be a little tough to control. And so if you end up with the Zeus build, you kind of have incompatible cast and attack there. Same reason I'm wary of taking triple shot before the attack boon.
Okay, so Lapras goes into a Dionysus room. I don't know if they're hunting. So they are hunting for trippy shot. So worth mentioning, Lapras, not a keyboard and mouse player. So this is not going to go quite as well as it might for someone who doesn't use a controller.
Yeah, that's potentially true. Ooh, could get exclusive access.
Here it is. Here comes the exclusive access gamer.
Yeah. The thing about trippy shot is, sure, the controller helps a little bit, but it's the keyboard and mouse helps a little bit, but it's.
Oh, are we rolling for it?
Take the hydraulic, thank you. It's not about the trippy shot. It's not about the control scheme. It's about how in tune you are with the boon, right? So you just have to reach out and really feel the balls. As you throw them.
I gotta say, I really wasn't expecting us to go there.
I wasn't ready.
I was going to say very seriously that you're right. Like I have had times where I have just seen the Matrix using like cluster bomb on controller, and I felt like, oh, this is the easiest thing in the world. Like, why would anyone ever talk a bomb over this? And I've had many other times where I've thought to myself, "Oh, good God, this is awful."
It seems like the aiming isn't. So honestly, one of the big weaknesses I see for trippy shot on controller is that, like, you can maneuver it so that the auto aim is placing the cast in good spots, but and you can do it as such, but then it's always somewhere near you because that's where the enemies are. And so you could see in a couple of rooms there, Lapras was throwing them and they were going to hit enemies, and then picked up the Zeus. That's what you want with trippy shot. Anyway, the other thing was the you should end up killing this stuff anyway. It's the thing where you like shoot a special with like Hestia, and then you go in and clear them out before the special lands. It's like you kind of just wasted that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's one of the main things I was noticing there, because their placement was good. Like they weren't missing, but the enemies were dead by the time the balls made contact.
Well, and that's one of the things, right? Is that ideally you're never waiting that long to kill an enemy. And past out of Tartarus, it's probably going to lose even more of its effectiveness because
the enemies accelerate as well.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to throw out a trippy shot and take out a little hive of numbskulls, but sure, great.
It unfortunately it does take a while for the balls to drop.
Yeah, the balls don't drop for a long time. Some people have their balls drop quicker than others. It's a weird side effect of the game's
code. And that's why
code.
controller players like to get Ice Wine, because it I don't know if it actually reduces it, but it at least feel like it reduces them. It removes the balls entirely.
I can say
freezes them right off.
With the experience I gained yesterday touching Ice Wine for the first time, it certainly is a different experience.
Yeah, because if you look at the Ice Wine cast itself, you can see that there is no ball part of the cast present, and instead it appears to have withdrawn and receded into the crystal that hangs out in the middle of that cast.
It was in the pool.
Shrinkage.
This is so. The great thing here is that these are the only people who I could be commentating with, who I can make Seinfeld jokes to, and this is the best. This is the greatest TriCast that we could have had, because we get to make jokes like I was in the pool.
Anyway, so we're seeing a pretty big difference here in terms of pace and build strength, kind of showing you how I can't comment on mechanical skill in this specific instance. I haven't been paying too close attention to who's better at Achilles, but this is how things like mechanical skill and just room RNG can affect things, because Lapras has been getting free rooms, has a Sint Feast build, has a decently leveled epic title dash, whereas Shitake's got Artemis attack, common dash, and a dream, but is still significantly ahead here.
Yeah. It's also worth pointing out that neither of these builds has really fully come to fruition yet, right? Like they're still both working on these. 22 Yuri is going to be really nice for Lapras, help make up some of that time.
Take some nectar. Yeah, and we do have to remember there was a 50-second gap going into it. It seems like it's potentially widened a bit.
Yeah,
here, but there's that exclusive access.
Oh, there's the EA.
Oh, I bet you're wishing you hadn't taken that nectar now, huh?
But yeah, it's I don't expect this race to be over. Generally, I would probably expect Eris to be faster than Hestia, but we'll see. Yeah,
and it's looking like right here, the thing that's mainly carrying Shitake's damage right now looks like a +2 dashes. If I'm looking at it correctly, it seems like there's bursts of 4.
Mm-hmm.
It is,
or so. It's a little hard to keep track sometimes. But so with basically just Artemis for scaling at this point, and maybe there was a attack chaos, I don't exactly remember. But pay close attention to one thing that's very easy to do with Artemis is when you have the plus dashes. Artemis Achilles is to just spam it and never refresh your buff, which isn't too bad if you're on the Zeus build, but is necessary on the Artemis build. So he's doing a very good job of, after each 4-dash salvo, refreshing that buff and checking the well and picking up a Light of Ixtian. That's the most important part of your Achilles play, is that you pick up that you get the free rooms.
See the free rooms.
Yeah.
But anyway, like that's also what helps carry the damage, is that you keep that buff up, because that's a lot of damage, right? Because that Artemis attack right now is giving him like 28% damage, and so having 150 is just better than or having 180 is better than just 30.
Yeah. Picks up triple, so Shitake has the full flurry triple jab, Dream Online, which is pretty nice. Picks up Hunter's Mark. All right, yeah. So Shitake's build is fully online, basically.
Lapras just picked up a +3 dashes as well.
Ooh, exciting.
All right.
And Lapras doesn't have to feel the need as much to refresh the buff, because they're relying on the Zeus attack, but without Jolted, you probably still want that buff, that buff damage.
Mm-hmm. I'll be interested to see. I'll be interested to see what their respective sticks look like, because just given their builds, I would probably expect.
Well, Shiitake just got a breaking wave. So
Okay. Well, everything I was about to say is
that solves
is
things
out
a
the
little bit.
window.
Great point. Irrelevant, but great point.
Yeah.
Try again
Thank
next
you.
week.
I wasn't aware that we were throwing together another tournament quite so quickly.
We can. Lap races every Wednesday, 6 p.m.
That's true. Lap
Actually,
races.
if you are curious as to how these racers got so good at adapting to new situations, staying cool under pressure in live race situations with no resets, the answer is lap races every Thursday at 6 p.m. US Eastern.
Every Wednesday.
Every Wednesday at 6 p.m. US Eastern. Sometimes Thursday when they reschedule and there's a hyper delivery show match.
Sometimes Thursday when hyper delivery gets in the way.
Yep.
Yeah, they are
those guys at hyper delivery and the nerve on them to interrupt lap races, right?
Lapras and Lapis are running
production, bring it back.
A great series of community races where everyone comes together and they run usually leaderboard legal modded runs ever since the new modded categories came out. And just everyone just kind of has fun. Sometimes they do like an all day, all aspects thing where people jump in and jump out for different OWOs. Sometimes they do a number of 3-web stuff. Everyone just hangs out in voice chat. Some people stream. You don't have to. Just always a good time. And it's a great way to level up your abilities to just play through what you get because you don't really reset in the race scenarios.
Also a great way to meet people in the community. If you have any newer runners hanging around in chat, it's a great way to meet everybody and get to be a part of the community in another way.
Yeah, I'm not really an RTA runner. I've participated in them before. It's a lot of fun, and it helps you get good at the game. It helps you get Chamber 34 Patrocluses.
That's going to help them catch up. They're still like a boss fight and a half behind, unfortunately, but they're closing the gap quickly. But you know what I'm actually interested in right now? So I want to hear what Tonus has to say about Shiitake's health total on Achilles, because Tonus is the community policeman, basically, of telling people to take Centaur Hearts. I don't know that there are any more for Shiitake to take. I think he might have all of them.
Well, we'll see if that reigns
looks
true.
like he's got at least one more.
At least one more. Will he take
There's one more for him to take.
And honestly, if you think about the RTA time loss of taking a DD in these races, which, even if you're not on your last 30-second one, it's still like a 4 or 5 second time loss for that animation to play out. There's not that much damage that can save you 4 or 5 seconds in a run, especially late in sticks. So if you take that 25 health and you survive without a DD at one point, that's actual time save from health in RTA.
We have confirmation from Tonus in chat that he approves of 275 health.
Well, it won't. Well, the other heart's only a small heart, so we'd only be at 250. But I hope that's
Tonus
that's
no
okay.
longer approves.
Was it big heart? I swear it wasn't big heart.
No, it's small.
Oh,
heart.
It was big heart.
Oh, it is big heart.
It was big heart. That's why they call him Tonus Eagle Eye U. The pride and joy of Finland's finest lodging establishment.
Yep.
At night, at least.
Yeah. Wow. So so the point that I was half making earlier about their sticks damage is just completely out the window. Shiitake is these rooms, and Lapras has set their watch to Rat's o'clock once or twice so far.
Starting to
that's the unfortunate
more
case
more.
of setting your profile picture to be a rodent. You're just going to naturally attract other rodents.
You make a fair point. That's true.
Can't argue with that.
So I'm trying to look at the palms that they have here. And it looks like Lapras, and obviously you're not aggressively going for palms on Achilles.
Or an RTA range in general.
Yeah. But it
would be nice
like,
to see another palm or two in the cast.
Yeah. That's kind of what I was thinking.
Or the attack, because common. Well, at this point, the attack's not really carrying much, but the common Zeus attack level 1 is sad times.
Yeah.
Oh,
not again!
Knocking the thing out of the Meg. So careful there. That was all. Take that heroic curse pain. Come on.
I would have.
you want it.
Although I would have mostly because
tech.
Purple
okay.
rush
Achilles tech.
delivery.
So if you saw that sick Achilles tech there to save like a couple of seconds on the walk back over from the shop before picking up that epic rush delivery, I think that was totally worth it.
Absolutely.
100%.
No, there's not even a question.
Yeah, so we've got
I
another
hate that big
instance
rat.
of epic hyper delivery. The
When
name of the
the
tournament.
one random big rat in that chamber spawns after you kill the first 3, it tilts me every time.
And no end.
Like there's just no reason for it to be there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so Lapras has the best Hermes setup you can get with 3 boons without also talking to Eurydice. We've got epic rush delivery, hyper sprint, and the +3 dashes. So hopefully we'll see some good damage here. About 1, and we'll call it 1.5 because the fight hasn't started yet. Boss phase is behind, and we'll see if both that rush delivery and the big cast chunks help the fight go a little faster than Shiitake, because Shiitake's having some trouble clearing out this fight. It's by no means slow, but looking like well over a minute long Hades split and popping the DD despite having almost 275 health there.
Yeah,
but it clears out the fight.
These are just
Meanwhile, Lapras has
damage problems,
just absolutely shredded. But with given that darkness, I think I was about correct with those phase and a half.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, Shiitake just running into the same problems that you probably expect to run into fighting Hades with Achilles spear.
Yeah, it's reminder that on 185's former Any Heat world record, it was like a minute long Hades fight, and usually those sub 6 times you're looking at like 35 second Hades fights.
Yeah,
just to both point out how much Achilles struggled at bossing and at how monstrous of a pace prior to the Hades fight that was. 42 seconds. It rounds up to a minute if you round up.
So it looks like this is a difference of about a minute.
Yeah, we're at 31:53. Looks like for that one's for Lapras. That one's so small, and then 30:59. Mm-hmm. So yeah, a minute or so. I know, but Angel, I rounded up. If you round 42 seconds up, it goes to 1 minute.
Yes.
I think we're hearing that Shiitake chose to seed nothing.
Interesting.
In this case. So what we saw. Oh, and picking up Cluster Bomb anyway, so it was
cluster.
Okay.
I wonder if he just spammed through it or decided that it wasn't necessary for a little bit of time save. That's very interesting because you're not guaranteed any hammers. In that case, you are still guaranteed if you get a boon in Chamber 1, you are still guaranteed an epic boon, but only if it pops in Chamber 1. But it worked out okay, and so we'll see how good his cluster management is. I personally like cluster solo a lot on Eris. If you're managing it well and getting good enemies for it, you can really lay down a lot of damage with it. I also like it on Hestia personally, but and actually, which hammer did
they
Lapras
seeded
take?
For epic splash dash?
But they're holding the Poseidon keepsake. Did they also seed nothing?
They did not seed for a hammer.
But
they chamber 1 Poseidon.
Okay, well you could have taken coin.
I wonder.
We have the same setup from both. I don't think it was a tacit agreement because they didn't make one while we could hear it. But I guess anything's possible. At least it evens out from both of them, I guess.
Yeah, I almost wonder if this is. Tonus is saying that they did agree on this, but I would almost wonder if this is maybe a slight lack of understanding of how the mod pack
who knows
interacts with.
Well, I don't know if they because it sounds like Shiitake literally didn't seed anything, and then Lapras might have seeded it despite having the keepsake. Anyway, to looking at the builds at least right now, Lapras has picked up a fantastic boon for Hestia for the first half of the run, which is Epic Heartbreak Strike. That plus almost 100% damage is huge. It lets you basically one shot through everything up to and including the armor on Lerny heads, basically. And so you can focus on fleshing out the rest of your build and everything and not really having to worry. Just slap a palm in it, maybe 2. Really not a concern. It does fall off a little bit after that, but if you can pick up some, like a rush delivery, a smoldering air, or some form of special scaling by then, you're doing real
Yeah.
well.
Speaking of which, we already see a Dionysus call.
Yeah, Dionysus call
on
is
Lapras's build.
not taken by many people, but it's good damage. I agree with Lapras's take of it here, because one of the main ways to scale Hestia's damage outside of the big attack is through Smoldering Air. And if you see a good call, just take that good call, right? And now we can force Zeus for the cast in the next biome and be on our way without having to hope we get the call. And meanwhile, Dionysus Aid, Hestia does charge call very slowly, but it's not 0. And so we'll probably get a proc or 2 off of it in the Fury fight to help speed things along.
Yeah, I agree with everything that you said. It's considering how early
also,
this is.
It opens up exclusive access.
Yeah, which is good. Always good.
Yeah, so only a Fury fight ahead now. Looks like Lapras is closing the gap a little bit. This shows you how powerful like Splash Dash and Epic Heartbreak Strike alone are in Tartarus, right? Because there's no significant special hammer here. I don't even. Did Lapras pick up a hammer? I didn't see.
I do not believe so. It was offered in mid-shop,
I don't think
and they
so.
didn't pick it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's a huge catch up there because Hestia just absolutely demolishes Tartarus.
Yeah.
So big opportunity here.
Yeah. Personally, if I were playing, I probably still would have some sort of tacit agreement between the runners. I probably still would have seeded for Rocket or Cluster on Hestia because that's just something that we know to be true. That Cluster Rockets is just broken.
But here's the thing.
Literally.
Here's another thing you could do instead of taking the 30% chance, right, by starting Rocket or Cluster, the 1 in 3 chance roughly to get Cluster Rockets, you could instead seed a 100% chance to get Hazard Bomb.
Yeah,
that's your other
You got
option.
a point, Siegel. You have a point.
You can do that too. Hazard Bomb, not so bad.
All right, Ghosty, according to Ghosty, after that Tartarus split, we're down to a 27-second lead for Shiitake after a lead of about, I want to say, close to a minute before. Lapras is closing in. And with the Epic Heartbreak Strike, like Hestia is without any boons, with like just Splash Dash, shreds through Tartarus. And Ricochet Fire.
Fire.
Solid pickup. Hopefully we can get a Hazard Bomb second or a triple bomb to seal the special damage. But Hestia with Heartbreak Strike and a Zeus cast, that's going to take care of Asphodel.
Mm-hmm.
And the Heartbreak Strike will solve Lurny as well. So the damage is good here.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Shiitake's build is coming together. Seems like any Eris build would.
Yeah.
Yeah,
definitely hurts Shiitake to it's got to hurt a little bit inside to have to skip over Zeus mini boss in favor of mid shop. But while in the mid shop, he picked up a rare hyper sprint, so half of the way there.
On the table. Looks like Shiitake is actually opening up the lead a little bit as well, but Eurydice for Lapras is going to help seal it a bit. We'll see how things shake out after Lurny, but Cluster Bomb is a fantastic hammer to have for Lurny for the phases. It just absolutely
it's huge,
annihilates those heads. So this should be
especially if you have a special boon on, which Shiitake does.
And if you're not good at managing
so much damage to many heads at once, which is big.
If you're a controller player and you have trouble managing Cluster Bomb on Rails or Eris specifically, watch carefully Shiitake's placement of it here, and you can see pretty clearly how the stuff moves, what he's doing with his control stick.
Smoldering Air for Lapras.
Ooh, that's big. And going into Lurny here, but watch carefully how he moves it each time he opens it, and how the auto aim places it too, and how he's effectively spreading it out and then bringing it back in. He keeps it wide for the main Lurny head there because that head tends to wander. So really solid Cluster Bomb play there from Shiitake. Very impressive. That is how you play it on controller. Basically, is you just position yourself in such a way that it's going to naturally, without much adjustment, fan out and take care of things for you. But Lapras's damage is nothing to sneeze at. Like, just look at these heads just disappear here.
Yeah.
And this is even without the call going just yet. Because we can say
Lapras is killing this. Killing the run, killing the Lurny. Shiitake heading into second Hermes. He is really hoping for that rush delivery here.
Looking like a 31-second lead now. So
Yeah.
basically didn't move after that biome.
Mm-hmm. Oh, is
just short
Lapras
of
going
the
to
light
sell
pigs.
something? Yes.
Yeah, you gotta.
Yeah.
Oh, I would
Yeah,
have bought that
that's-
Aethernet too, but that's
Same.
not really that important with Smoldering.
Yeah.
Always scary when you open that purging well and you need to path off of your epic attack boon. The Sweet Surrender there is an unfortunate pick because that's on a rail that doesn't have plus 75% global damage. 20% is pretty good, right? And you're playing it with your attack, so that weak is almost always there. But getting that epic chaos attack boon makes it feel a little better. Probably. I mean, losing the 20% on the call is not fun, but billowing strength is open. There's a lot still on the table. So did Shiitake pick up hyper delivery? Epic RD. Oh boy. And that's going to have Lapras playing from behind, honestly, because there's not much you can do against even just a single rocket epic
that
RD.
is, I believe,
Hazard
3
bomb.
out of 3 patties for Shiitake.
Hazard bomb. Hazard bomb. I love hazard bomb. It's hilarious, but it's also like legitimately good on Hestia. You're seeing some of the problems with it here is that faster enemies, especially in Elysium, tend to wander out of it. So it's actually usually because the enemies come towards you. It's honestly best sometimes to place yourself in the middle of it, and then work on dashing through it for iframes when you're reloading, so that the enemies will stay inside of it, basically, like that. Lapras got hit there, but that's the basic gist of it. It also kind of, I feel like, attracts your focus, and so you can sometimes leave enemies alone. But this is just an unfortunate spawn room in general.
Yeah.
Ooh, epic jolted for Shiitake. That's build complete right there.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's just the gap continues to widen a little bit. And at this point, what is Lapras looking for?
Well, it got those
boon
Sweet Surrender back.
to nice.
At this point, Hazard Bomb, one place it's not good is in sticks, right? Because it takes so long to fall down. So just looking for a breaking wave here or something to seal up the sticks. There's being perfectly honest, there's nothing Lapras can do now to catch Shiitake. Like Shiitake just finished Chamber 34. This is picks up his own epic Sweet Surrender. This is going
to be down to all rats a clock or either incredibly sloppy or incredibly clean play.
Even with that, I think this is probably a GG unless Lapras can skip 32 and 34 here.
We're definitely at that point where Lapras kind of just has to hope Shiitake screws up.
Yeah, because like Hestia
then it's going to be tight.
Hestia is a fantastic weapon, and Lapras has acquired the Special Hammer and the Smoldering Air. That usually helps it scale into Elysium and beyond, and that makes it an absolute top tier weapon. But we're up against all but peak Eris here. I don't think we're up against basically peak Eris here.
Yeah. Basically just missing Splitting Bolt.
And does he have cluster rockets? I haven't been looking.
I
don't think so.
No.
I feel like he would have been done by now if he did.
No, picked up Flurry Fire.
Yeah. Okay. So we're a hammer and a Zeus boon away, but from ideal. But this is as good as you can expect your builds to be. Like if you're looking for Clockheads and Epic RD, it's just like, come on, what are you asking for here? And splitting, like, come on, you're probably getting bad rooms at that point.
It's everything you can reasonably expect.
Yeah. Like this is like you cannot ask for a better Eris build than this and expect to get it.
Yeah.
You may not like it, but this is what peak Eris performance looks like.
Yeah,
all those Eris rails on the covers of magazines with their Photoshop and their triple legendary boons. It's and their heroic RDs. It's not good for our children. I gotta say.
Yeah, not good for the children. I will say a little unfortunate that this race that's been kind of so close and so fun to be a part of is coming down to Shiitake just got a real good Eris build, and Eris is marginally faster than.
Oh, it's not marginal. It's a tier apart. From Hestia. I think that's especially when you're looking at neither of them having the cluster rockets.
Yeah. Look, I'm being nice. All right.
Yeah, but it's no. But I mean, I think it speaks a lot. Like both of them got fantastic builds on their rails. Both of them are amazing players on their rails. Especially Lapras holding the unmodded RTA and probably modded RTA given all their submissions at this point, but the the RTA world record for Hestia after they so rudely stripped me of it. So rude.
Yeah, it's just
and it's and even if the rooms were identical, which I feel like the free rooms were pretty balanced in this.
Pretty close. I think that
this weapon,
Shiitake
at least,
had a little bit more free room luck over the course of this whole run than
I'm just
Lapras did.
You mean for the
yeah.
just for the rail section?
No, I
just
meant
the rail side. Yeah, but because it was fairly even going into it with Shiitake having a small lead, but it only widened. I think it's almost at this point just going off of the play and the RNG they both got.
Mm-hmm.
I'm willing to say it's literally just a symptom of the strength of the aspects, right? There's only so much Hestia can do to catch up to an Eris build like this. It's just how it is. And actually, for zooming out and looking at overall pace, we have some similarly incredibly fast times coming out of both racers here. Shiitake is on pace for a low 46, and Lapras will probably see somewhere in the 47 to low 48 range.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, this
definitely
is
two really
nice.
solid 3-weps runs.
Yeah, fantastic showing from both racers. I think this is going to be another case where Lapras got good stuff and played amazingly, but Shiitake just pulled out a real monster of a set of runs there.
Yeah.
But both a terrific play on from both things. I think we saw some diverse Hera builds. We saw diverse Achilles builds, right? The cast boss damage versus the room damage, and obviously the rails. Showing the difference in the rails, the difference in production quality. Between the two screens here, one of them being much smaller due to issues in canvas sizes. Just really seeing all the differences there.
Oh, there it goes.
The screen was in the pool.
Production's got it covered. Not again.
Just to bring it home.
What's the deal with Hestia? All
right.
Yeah. On the whole, like this has been, a really good, really
absolutely
very competitive race. It's one of those that there's a small gap after the first run, and that kind of just stayed. That gap was very absolutely could have gone either runner's way. Up until this last race.
Just a quick comment about anyone that's interested in Hestia or thinks about Hestia. In that first phase there, you're seeing one of the problems that Hestia can tend to have, which is you can't stop the darknesses when you build into Smoldering Air. Like there's no dad call available. So Lapras lost some time to those. Exactly. Anyway, looks like we ended up with about a minute difference between the racers. A 46-14 finish for Shiitake, taking the lead and winning over the 47-17. For Lapras, really only lost a little bit of time in that final weapon there with the rails. Looks like a 1440 from. Oops, I clicked on the wrong thing. Oh no, a 1440 from Lapras on that time versus a time that's too small to see on Shiitake. But
46-14 for Shiitake.
Well, no, I was just looking at the rail split to see what the real Hestia Eris difference was.
Sorry, my ADD brain zoned out.
Shiitake, how fast was that run?
I think it was like 14-ish.
Yeah. So about a 30. Yeah, because we were seeing about a 30-second lead going into it, and looks like you pulled it away about another 30 seconds. But great runs from both of you. Congratulations to Shiitake. Lapras, how you feeling?
I feel okay. I feel like I played well. I had a little bit of kind of unfortunate casts of the first two runs, but there was not much I could do about it.
Yeah, and honestly, with all the juice both of you had in your rail builds here, the fact that you had similar room RNG, I'd say overall, the fact that you only lost 30 seconds to this Eris build is incredible.
No, and you should feel like you played well. Like even though the builds didn't completely come together exactly how you wanted them to, those first couple runs, like they were close. They were, just a real treat to get to commentate and watch.
It definitely wasn't decided by like a lack of high level play. Both of you played super well this entire time.
Or by an excess of free rooms.
Yeah.
It was a fantastic race.
Yeah.
It was especially interesting to see the difference. I'd recommend both of you watch it back because the Hera builds ended up pretty different and the Achilles builds ended up very different as well, just in terms of what was picked up in the damage scaling.
Shiitake, it looks like you're highlighting this boldy buff that you got there. Looks like that Heart of Stone saved you about 5 seconds.
Yeah, 13 health remaining. That definitely came into play here, I think. Very clutch.
Yeah.
Wait,
Funny,
question. What was up with the rail seating?
Oh,
Yes.
basically that was the only way I could scam Lapras into not playing Nemesis, because Hestia has a little bit of an advantage when you're not seeding hammers, because ASU basically want cluster and rockets, but Hestia can take so much. So
yeah, rockets just like a huge advantage on Eris over Hestia unseeded, I think.
Your cluster play was very impressive, Stuck. I don't think you lost too much time versus a rocket start on it.
Yeah, I did. I had to go in yesterday and practice some on non-rocket clusters because it's been a while since that's happened. But yeah,
well, it certainly paid off. There was, especially during the learning fight, you were putting on a real clinic of how to play with cluster on controller.
Yeah, really, really nice stuff from both of you.
My favorite part was how you started with the two of you started with different Hera starts, as Lapras did the Mom Pom epic cast, and Shiitake did the triple shot start, and then Lapras quickly got a twin shot hammer, resolving that difference, and Shiitake got an epic cast pickup, resolving that difference. They both got those at the same time. So it was like
they ended up being the same
that
run.
lasted about 3 chambers.
We were so excited to see how the differences would play out, and I was like, okay, now they're the same.
But yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, that Olympian favorite build didn't turn out quite like I wanted it to.
That's okay. At least you got those early palms.
Sometimes Hades be that way.
Yep. Is the native Mom Pom. It giveth, it taketh.
Congratulations, Shiitake, on moving on to the semifinals tomorrow. Lapras, was there anything you wanted to shout out or plug before we start wrapping up for the night?
I guess I gotta plug twitch.tv/bigpotofjam. You can catch me streaming there. I have a really nice overlay. It's really cute. You should check it out.
It may
you do have the best overlay on Twitch over there at twitch.tv/
I don't know about the best. It's definitely the most overlay on Twitch.
that is a fact. There are so many things going on. At the very least, stop by to see the stream overlay. And then stay, because it's a wonderful, wonderful time.
Just avoid the jokes. If you hear a joke coming, you can just tune out for a little bit.
Yeah, just mute the stream real quick.
You know what? On second thought, let's not go to twitch.tv/bigpotofjam. It's a silly place.
And Shiitake, anything you'd like to shout out or plug, buddy?
Everyone should go over to twitch.tv/Tunisu. Sometimes streaming on Wednesdays during lap races. Very good gameplay. Recommend.
Superman, anything for you?
Yeah, let me plug twitch.tv/Bright01.
Who's that?
His favorite medical professional in the Hades community.
Glad the internet's not working now. So
I think we lost Superman again.
Yeah, you lost your plug there.
You cut out on us.
Oh,
we got Bright01.
That's
medical professional.
Twitch.tv/OldMcDonald. Twitch.tv/OldMcDonald.
You got that one.
All right, it came out.
Seagull.
Well, unlike these
disaster.
Selfish monsters, I'm gonna actually plug a nice small stream that I've been checking out here and there. I always try to, if they're online when I'm done streaming, I always try and rate them. Give them a little shout out. They've got a lot of good Hades gameplay. They're still learning. They got some stuff to do, but they've been putting up some decent times, trying some interesting categories. So if you want to see someone really just kind of get to know the game a little bit, head on over to twitch.tv/Halion.
Wow, what a small time streamer. I hope they find their they're kind of hitting their stride here. Really gonna, I think they could be big. All right, so that's gonna do it for us today. We will be back tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern for Evan versus Dark, and then Tonus versus Shiitake.
The rematch.
And we will also
That's
be hosting.
Going to be an exciting one.
Oh god, I'm scared.
We'll be
Now-
hosting the third place and finals matches directly following that. Now, as a heads up, there is some inclement weather coming through Professor Timbo's area. There may be a hurricane coming through. So keep an eye in the Hades Speedrun Discord. If we have to reschedule due to, unforeseen circumstances, we will reschedule things accordingly. But if all goes according to plan, we'll be right back here, 3 p.m., Dragon Squad Esports, for the semifinals and finals of Hyper Delivery 5.
Wait, Timbo, are you talking about Fred or Grace? Which one of these is going to hit you tomorrow, allegedly? Because Fred currently has sustained winds of 35 miles an hour. That's it says the website says remnants of Fred. I don't know if you should be too worried about Fred. It looks like Fred's going to hit you, but
Fred's a weakling.
We're looking at heavy rainfall, which could lead to urban and small stream flooding impacts in Florida, the Big Bend, and Panhandle.
Oh,
Fair enough.
well,
Fair enough.
you should always be worried about that because I will not slander that company live on a stream, but I used to work for them.
Well, I'll slender him.
Yeah,
Sucks.
so we'll see if remnants of Fred can make an upset on all four of these racers tomorrow.
Hyper Delivery 6, remnants of Fred, make it happen.
Now, everyone that's for the people still hanging out here, let's if we had to compare the epic rematch that we're anticipating tomorrow of Tonus versus Shitake, if you had to compare that to a fictional battle or a real battle of two champions in throughout all of history or fiction, what would this be? Would this be a Goku Vegeta? Would this be
Bill
a
Gates and
Naruto
Steve
Sasuke?
Jobs?
A Bill Gates Steve Jobs? I think that I would take that as an insult if I were them personally.
That was the point.
Oh
yeah.
We got King Kong versus Godzilla. Burbs.
I see burbs.
Battle of the Burbs. This could be a Stalin Hitler situation. Oh, that's probably not. That's not good.